Look at the Weather Watch forecast tonight. It's calling for clear skies and cool temperatures with a low of 42 degrees. Be a little breezy as we'll have winds out of the northwest at around 10 miles an hour. Mostly sunny skies tomorrow with a high of 67. Currently here in Geneseo, we've got 65 degrees. And Mark Henderson with you. And we've got Cardinal baseball doubleheader action as they take on the Expos, Montreal Expos, tonight with 2 games. And the dugout is coming up in less than 2 minutes, so you won't want to miss that. Stick around with us here.
At this time, AM 15 WGEN Geneseo will leave the air. We invite you to join us on FM 105. This is your home in the country, WGEN FM Geneseo.
And for all those Cardinal fans out there listening before we get into tonight's dugout interview, we've got 2 tickets to the Cardinals-Mets game for this Saturday, October the 3rd. And we're throwing in a hotel room and breakfast for 2 in St. Louis. And that package is going to be put up for bid here tonight. We're going to have an auction. The highest bidder will get this weekend package, and we're going to start the bidding at a mere $25. And we'll take bids until the end of the first game. And in between games, we'll announce the highest bidder. Let me repeat, 2 tickets to the Cardinals-Mets game for this Saturday, plus the hotel room and breakfast in St. Louis. And we'll take bids all during the first game, and we'll give that package to the highest bidder. So though you can start to call those bids in now, and the phone number to call your bid in, 944-4635. That's 944-4635. Call those bids in for a Cardinal baseball package, and you might get to be there when that could be the game they clinched the division title in.
It could be the big kahuna.
That's right.
I did $24.
No, it starts at 25, Brian.
Oh, heck,
sorry.
Forget it. Forget it.
Okay, well,
I'll listen to it on the radio.
Yeah, that's right. Brian, somebody's already calling in a bid, and that's the way we want to start things off. It's time now for the dugout interview here tonight on WGEN. Jack Buck will be along in just a few moments with his guest before tonight's doubleheader action with the Montreal Expos and the St. Louis Cardinals from Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
Good evening, everyone. The Cardinals start the final week of baseball during the regular season, and they started with a doubleheader against the Expos, and it's Joe McGrain against the right-hander Dennis Martinez in the opener. We'll be with Buck Rogers, the Montreal manager, when we come back in 1 minute. This is an exciting time of year.
Well, it sure is, Jack. We're glad to be here. First in spring training, we didn't think we'd be anywhere close, but now we're here, and we're going to try to make the best of it.
Having a chance is a bonus for you.
Well, it is. We've had a ball club that's battled all year to get to 500. Then with some good additions from Perez and Raines coming back, we've snowballed to a point where we're 20 plus over 500, and now we've got a chance to, in the last week, to win the thing if we keep playing.
And I bet you fellas really got turned on when you took 3 from the Cardinals up in Canada.
Well, it was a combination of coming off a tough road trip, going 8-4 on the West Coast trip, and then back to Atlanta, and then coming into Montreal and sweeping the Cardinals. So the combination of the 15 games was just outstanding, and that's what made us feel that we were legitimate contenders in this race.
When you were managing in the American League, did you have a winner over there with Milwaukee?
Well, we won the 81 second half mini-series, went to New York, and New York beat us in the 5th game. So, but at that time, we were leading the league by 2 games, and Detroit was chasing us. And again, in the last series of the season, we played Detroit, and then we split the first 2 games, and then that cinched it for us on the Saturday before the end of the season.
You'd be embarrassed if you heard how Mike Shannon and I talk about what a great job you've done with this ball club, and you have all the pieces in place coming in here, don't you, with your starting pitcher and pitching and your bullpen as well?
Well, we're in as good a shape as we can be in. Everybody's healthy. We're ready to play ball, and we've got 4 games here, and we'll take all 24-plus guys if that's what it takes, because for us, there's no tomorrow.
How do you look at this 4-game series? How do you look at this doubleheader here tonight, Buck?
Well, we feel that outside, we've got 7 games. Outside, we could possibly lose 1 game the rest of the year and still have an outside chance of winning, depending on what the Mets did. But in all actuality, we got to win every night.
you do finish up at home against Chicago with 3 games.
That's right. We finish up against Chicago, but the Mets and the Cardinals go head-to-head here, so we have to go back home no more than 1 game behind and hopefully tied, but no more than 1.
So you're heading into a doubleheader here, figuring, knowing, trying, doing everything you can to sweep the doubleheader.
Well, this is the last roundup. There's for us, it's going to be decided probably tonight. If we split tonight, we still got an outside chance, but basically we got to go out and win both games tonight.
And then, of course, here we are knocking heads, and there are the Mets, and they don't lose very often lately.
Well, no, they're playing awful good ball, and they're playing Philadelphia right now, who's not playing very good ball. So, you can't depend on the Phillies to beat the Mets right now. You just got to go out, and St. Louis is in the same position, only they got the lead. They've got to beat us, we got to beat them.
Yeah, but the thing about it from the Montreal viewpoint is that you have to take the lead from the Cardinals, that is, sweep the 4-game series.
That's right. We got to sweep the 4-game series and go into Montreal with a pad, or at least when the Mets come around, if they lose one of the Cardinals or 2 of the Cardinals, then that helps us.
How do you ordinarily play against Chicago?
Usually good. This year, not that well. They've beaten us, I think, 5 out of 6 times in Montreal, which is unusual, and we're going to have to play better.
If there's one thing the Montreal Ball Club needs, it's confidence, and when they look at what they've done against the Cardinals so far this year,
well, we matched up. We have matched up for the last 3 years pretty good against the Cardinals, and our bullpen has been the big factor. The first 2 years with Jeff Reardon down there, and now with our committee down there, we've been able to play with the Cardinals, who have an outstanding bullpen themselves. We've been able to play with them in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, when you have to play with this club because they are a club that can put a lot of runs on the board in a hurry if you don't watch out.
So Montreal has won 10 of the first 14. Would you manage differently tonight in these games than you ordinarily would?
Basically not. The only time I would manage different is if we get behind, then I may go to the bullpen early. If we get some men on base, I might jerk my starter out a little bit early in case we got a chance to score.
And we don't want any rain, but we are going to have some exciting baseball here tonight and the next couple of nights with the Expos. Good luck to you and your club.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Buck Rogers, our guest, and I'll be back in just 1 minute.
Remember when new car introductions were a big deal? Well, now Geneseo Motors has brought that back. This Thursday evening, Geneseo Motors brings back the excitement and glamour of the new model year introductions. It's a special party, and you're all invited. Hors d'oeuvres and champagne will be served with grand piano music. It's not a special sales event. It's not a one-day sale. It's just your chance to see what's new for Buick and Cadillac and Pontiac in 1988. Geneseo Motors will unveil the new Buick sports car. It's Geneseo Motors' way of kicking off 1988 and saying thanks for 1987. If you're thinking about buying a 1987 car that's left over, let Geneseo Motors show you the value of buying a new 88. One thing is, you'll be surprised at the price. And even though you can buy a new 1987 at the same price you could in 88, the 1987 model will show 1 year older and less value when you go to trade it in. If you've been waiting for the new car prices on GM cars, Geneseo Motors will have them on all models. Find out why they say we're worth the trip. Geneseo Motors, just west of Geneseo on Route 6. Welcome to Busch Stadium, home of the Cardinals.
Well, coming up, the doubleheader between the Cardinals and Montreal. Joe McGreen will pitch the first game, and he will be opposed by the right-hander Dennis Martinez. Steve Lake will be behind the plate. Kurt Ford will be in right field in the opener. Stay tuned for Cardinal Baseball.
The broadcast of the game starts in 2 minutes. Stay tuned for exciting 1987 St. Louis Cardinals baseball action exclusively on your station for sports, WGEN.
Brewers of Busch, Budweiser, Bud Light, Michelob Light, Natural Light, LA, and King Cobra Malt Liquor. This game is brought to you by Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name. By the Heartbeat of America today, Chevrolet, who invites you to put yourself in an 87 Chevrolet and listen to your heartbeat. And by today's TWA, find out how good we really are.
Well, good evening. evening, everyone, and welcome to Cardinal Baseball. We're at Busch Stadium, and the Montreal Expos are here for the first of a 4-game series. We'll have a doubleheader here this evening, and a big crowd is gathering. I would have to venture that almost half the stadium is already filled. And before the evening's over, we'll have a big, big gathering as Montreal and the Cardinals knock heads here. The New York Mets are playing at Philadelphia, and we'll keep you abreast of that action. The umpire's already on the scene. They'll be accepting the lineup cards. And we have the Cardinal rookie left-hander, Joe McGrain, to go against Martinez, the right-hander for Montreal. Martinez has been something. He's won 11, lost only 3, and one of those wins is against the Cardinals. In fact, he's 2-0 in his lifetime while working against the Redbirds. He's warming up in the left field corner, McGrain in the right field corner. Great night for baseball. The weather is just perfect, and we'll come back and give you the lineups for this, the first of a doubleheader, in just a minute. The umpires at home plate. They're accepting the lineup cards from Whitey Herzog and Buck Rogers. And this is the first of a doubleheader here this evening. By the way, the Cardinals have had 3 doubleheaders. They've won 2 of those doubleheaders, and they've lost the other. Beat the Dodgers twice right here in back-to-back doubleheaders, and then they lost to the Giants in Candlestick Park. The doubleheader tonight is the first of the season for the Expos. Here's how Montreal stacks up. It'll be Tim Raines to lead it off. He'll be in left field. Mitch Webster's their right fielder, and he's in the number 2 slot. Yubi Brooks at short, and he's been hot of late. He'll bat third. Tim Wallach is their big gun with 117 RBIs and 24 home runs. He'll be at third, and he's batting in that all-important number 4th position. Andres Galarraga, the Cardinal killer, will be at first base. He hits 5th. Reed Nichols is their center fielder. Vance Law, the second baseman. Mike Fitzgerald will do the catching in this first game. And on the hill, it's Dennis Martinez. He's won 11 times, lost only 3. They picked him up as a free agent. He's 1-0 this year. They picked him up as a free agent. He's 1-0 this year, last year, and 2-0 lifetime while working against the Redbirds. Raines, Webster, and Brooks, Wallach, Galarraga, and Nichols, Law, Fitzgerald, and Martinez. While the Cardinals in this first of 2, it will be Vince Coleman to lead it off. He's in his normal left field spot. Ozzie Smith, who's batting .301, will be at short, and he'll hit second. Tommy Hurst, the second baseman. Dan Dreesen is the cleanup man at first, and you can hear this crowd. About 20,000 or so already gathered as the Cardinals take the field. Dreesen, the cleanup man at first. Willie McGee's in center. Terry Pendleton, the switch-hitting third baseman. Kurt Ford gets a start tonight, his first since coming off the disabled list. He'll be in right field, and he'll bat 7th. Steve Lake does the catching, and on the hill it's Joe McGrain. McGrain has won 8, lost 7. He's 1-2 this year in lifetime while working against this Montreal baseball team. Ernie Hayes. Joe McGrain takes his warm-up tosses. He's not fared that well against this Montreal ball club. Of course, the Cardinals have not, to say the least. They've won only 4 of 10 with these 4 remaining here. As I told you earlier, this is the first doubleheader of the year for Montreal. Boy, what a big switch that is. But now they have their dome up there. Cardinals, on the other hand, have already had 3 doubleheaders. They've won 2 of those. That was the back-to-back doubleheaders against the Dodgers here when the Cardinals swept that series. And the doubleheader loss on the other one went to the San Francisco Giants out in Candlestick. Broadcast is authorized under rights granted by the St. Louis National Baseball Club Incorporated, solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the St. Louis National Baseball Club Incorporated. Prohibited. 67 wonderful degrees here in St. Louis. It'll get down into the 50s before we're out of here tonight. I hope you're set for a long night of baseball. We're ready to go. Here's Jack.
And the first pitch to Tim Raines, way outside and high, ball 1. We're underway. Tim Raines, a switch hitter, batting from the right side, 3rd in the league in hitting at .329, and it is imperative to keep him off base. The pitch. And there's a strike called from the Cardinal left-hander, who is 8-7 for the year. It will be Tim Raines and Mitch Webster. Webster's been hitting well the last few days. Down this stretch drive for the Expos, who have whipped the Cardinals the last 5 times they played them. There's a strike, 1-2.
The end of side 1 of tape 1 of this game is malfunctioning, and I've never had a problem with it, and I've been trying for days to get through this part, and I can't. So what we're going to do is pick up in the bottom of the first with St. Louis batting, and no score.
Montague takes off the mask, wandering around, waiting for Coleman to get set.
I don't think there's any pressure going on down there.
No, but I think enough has been said. 1-1 to Vince. Martinez with another pitch. Fastball sinks low, ball 2. Coleman with 105 stolen bases, trying to get on here to start the Cardinal first. Montreal left 2 in the top half. I've never seen an infield defense Coleman this way. Here it comes, swing and a foul off to the left side, 2-2.
Yeah, I've seen abbreviations, but this is extreme, isn't it?
It is. They give him right center, they give him the right field corner, and they give him all the room up the middle with the shortstop playing in the hole. Dennis Martinez on the mound. Coleman the batter, Smith next. Here comes the 2-2 delivery. Fastball, fly ball, left center, pretty well hit. It'll be caught by Reed Nichols. He's over there and has it, 1 out. They've been platooning their center fielder, and Nichols is out there tonight, 1 out. Shortstop. He brings up Ozzie, hitting 301. Mike, I saw that video about Ozzie, the movie, last night. Had a private showing, and it's being sold as of now at the Hall of Fame here at the ballpark, and it is terrific. Couldn't have been better.
Well, they sure have something good to work with, I'll say that.
Here's ball 1 to Ozzie Smith. You're right about him personally, about his offense and his defense and his base running and his friends, including some of the Cardinal ball players. Here is another delivery to Smith with 1 out. High outside, ball 2.
Well, there's a lot more to this man than just a baseball player, I'll say that.
Earlier this year in a game up in Montreal, the Cardinals put some runners on against Martinez, and he picked a couple of them off. Another man without stealing. Cardinals argued about a balk move on his part. We'll see what happens when the Cardinals get runners tonight. And it's a strike into the knees, 2-1. On deck, Tommy Herr. Crowd quiet. A lot of the folks have yet to arrive at the park. It's standing room only when they all get in here. A lot of folks wearing red tonight. Montreal did not score in the top of the first. Here's the pitch on the way to Smith. Half swing, he held up, and it's 3-1. Martinez slows it down, rubs up the baseball, goes to the rosin bag. This fellow had been around for a while. He broke in 74 with Miami, Asheville, Rochester, up to Baltimore in 76. Ozzie Smith swings and fouls it, 3-2. He had a 14-5 year at Baltimore, a 16-12 season, 16-11, 14-7. They also had another Martinez, Tippy Martinez. This fellow was the starter. Tippy was the reliever. Coleman is flied out, and it's 3-2 on Ozzie Smith. They play him to hit to the opposite field in the Montreal outfield. Martinez goes to work. And he walked Ozzie. The ball really moved. The tailing fastball jumped out of the strike zone. 1 on, 1 out for Tommy Herr.
Second baseman, Tom Herr.
Doubleheader is batting .267. Drove in a couple of runs Sunday up in Chicago. Prior to that, he'd been in quite a slump. He's had 2 home runs, 80 runs batted in. Hitting room if he can pull the ball. Ozzie takes the lead. He has stolen 39. And he's going. And it's high. The throw is high. Stolen base. Ozzie.
Well, you talk about a guy going down the stretch. This Ozzie Smith has really been something. He's hit very well this season against Montreal, .375. But Ozzie, in his last 4 games, hitting .467. What's he do? He gets a walk, and boom, man, he's off and running. That is his 40th stolen base of the season. He's really having a year.
Tom Herr will try to cash in on that. Takes away the hitting room through the right side. I have him defensed about straight away. Herr has driven in 80. Ball 1 the count to him. Ozzie leads off of second. And the pitch coming. And that's a strike, a tailing fastball, 1-1. It took a little bit off it. It moved.
This guy can really vary his speeds well, Jack. Extremely well. He'll take 2 or 3 different speeds off the fastball. He'll make the fastball ride. He'll turn it over. He'll cut it occasionally. And that's what makes him so effective. They have 2 great pitchers going down in the month of September. Martinez is 1. He's 4-0. And the guy pitching tomorrow is 6-0.
Here is the pitch to Herr with a runner at second. Tommy took it just a bit low, and that's ball 2. This pitcher is tough. Martinez has an earned run average of 3.40. He's been tagged for 9 home runs. He's made 21 starts. He has 3 complete games and a shutout. Montreal failed to score in the first. They left 2 on. Smith has walked and stolen a base with 1 out here in the first. And Tom Herr swinging and a foul out of play. 2-2 off to the left. As Tom tried to go the other way. 2-2 and Dan Driessen on deck. Well, who would have thought Dan Driessen would be the number 4 hitter in the first baseman at this time of year?
Well, we've got a couple of items that we haven't mentioned to you. One is the Cardinals have signed DeCinces. He's here. He's in uniform. He's ready to go. And Tony Pena is wearing eyeglasses.
For the first time. And the crowd comes to life for the first time here. 2-2 on Herr. Runner at second, 1 out. Ozzie's able to get a good lead off of second base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with that good curveball down and in. That's his best pitch, and he used it to get Herr down and in, struck him out.
Number 23, first baseman.
Boy, he put that pitch in a perfect spot, didn't he?
And if he hadn't swung, it still would have been a
strike.
strike.
Yeah, it was just ideal. That's the first curveball he had shown it. It moved the fastball all over, and then when he wanted to get him out, he broke off that curve, and it was right in on his hands and had great movement.
Dan Driessen has had a dozen hits since joining the Cardinals. He's the batter. McGee on deck. 2 out. The pitch to Driessen. And a hard slider strike over the inside corner. So we've seen his breaking pitch and his fastball and his changeup. 0-1 the count. They don't play Driessen to pull. They gave him a bit of right center. We're in the first, no score, and Martinez steps off. Dennis Martinez. A check on the runner, Smith. The pitch to the plate, Driessen. Inside of the batter, 1-1.
Well, that shows me that he's going to try to get Driessen out with off-speed stuff. He just showed him that fastball that time up and in.
This pitcher started the season with a minor league contract with Indianapolis. He's their big winner. Here's the pitch outside. Andreessen is ahead on the count, 2-1. Their biggest winner is Heaton with 12. Bryn Smith, who will pitch the second game here tonight, has 10 victories. And this pitcher has 11. He has a base open. McGee next. Cardinals looking for their first hit. Curve strike call. Outside part, 2-2.
He's made some pitches, hasn't he?
Yes. And he goes along and does it all night, too. Smith at second, waiting to be picked up. Coleman flied out. Smith walked, stole second. Herr struck out, and the 2-2 pitch. On the way to Andreessen, Smith running a fly ball right center field, going to be caught by the center fielder. It sliced right to him, and Nichols made the catch for the out. No runs, no hits, a walk, one left. After one inning, no score. Reed Nichols leads it off. He is batting .279, a right-handed batter. First pitch from Joe McGrain. It is a strike call. This fellow is not too big, but every once in a while shows surprising power. Right-handed batter. He used to be in the American League with the White Sox. He pops it up for the first baseman, Andreessen. He makes the catch. McGrain yelled, "I got it." Andreessen wouldn't let him catch it. There's one out.
Batting seventh, number 2, second baseman, Vance
And the second baseman, Vance Law, is up. The history of the games this year between these two clubs, it didn't matter who was playing for Montreal, whether catching Fitzgerald or Reed or Engel, or who was in center field, whether it was Winningham or Nichols or Candell, or who was playing second base, whether it was Foley or Law. Whoever was in the lineup did it against the Cardinals. Law batting .274. He swings and grounds it foul past third. He's hit a dozen home runs. Vance Law. Right-handed batter. He goes the other way or pulls the ball with power. He swings and fouls it. He was jammed, and that's strike 2. Law's father, Vern Law, had a distinguished career with Pirates. You used to bat against him, Mike.
Yeah, he was a good one, Jack.
And the next pitch from McGrain is inside. Law steps out, gets back in. Pendleton at a deep third base. One out in the second inning. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and he threw the bat all the way past the third base coach. Second strikeout for the Cardinal pitcher.
There haven't been too many Montreal players get a good swing against McGrain tonight. And it was very evident in the first inning with Tim Raines. It's very difficult to keep Raines off balance, but he was off balance against Joe.
With 2 out, Mike Fitzgerald, the catcher, is up, batting .244. Here from Ray's Patio Inn in Peoria, Illinois. State Auditor Margaret Kelly has a group here at the park tonight. Good fastball strike call to Fitzgerald. They're here from Keysport, Illinois. And Trinity Tabernacle from St. Louis, Washington U Business Office. High outside from the left-hander. 2 out here in the Montreal second. In the Cardinals second, it will be McGee, Pendleton, and Kurt Ford, who's in the lineup tonight. Ford playing right field. Coleman in left, McGee in center, Ford in right. The 1-1 delivery. Downstairs and outside, 2-1. The Mets will be playing later this evening at Philadelphia with David Cohn pitching against Don Carmen. The batter Fitzgerald swings and grounds it to the left side. Pendleton gets it and flips it. He's out. after an inning and a half as they go down in order in the top half of the second. No score.
For Busch Beer, here's Nick Lowe.
There's no place on earth that I'd rather be than out in the open where it's all plain to see. If it's going to get done, it's up to you and me, and there's no place that I'd rather be. Head for the mountains of Busch. 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 Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Head for the mountains of Busch. Head for the mountains of Busch. I want a Busch beer. I want a Busch beer.
I was talking earlier about the video cassette, Ozzy the Movie, a 45-minute effort about the Cardinal shortstop. It's available at the Sports Hall of Fame at the stadium. Will be available at your favorite retail video outlet in mid-October. Sponsored by Best Beverages, produced by the people who brought you the St. Louis Cardinals, the movie. And you can order it by mail for $28.95, includes tax and handling to the Cardinals at the stadium, 63102. And I imagine that'll be a hot-selling item. It really is terrific. Ernie Hayes is entertaining. He'll do a lot of playing here tonight. Thus far in the game, Montreal had a walk and a single. Runners at first and third, one out in the first, didn't score. One down in order in the second. Ozzie Smith walked with one out. Stoll's second was left there as Her and Dreesen were retired. And Pendleton will follow McGee. Willie Waits takes low ball one from Dennis Martinez. From Grenada, Nicaragua. Into the windup he goes. The right-hander pitches. McGee a bouncer to short, and Brooks gets a big hop. His throw is low, but out as Galarraga dug it out of the dirt.
He digs everything out, doesn't he? Against us, anyway.
He does against us.
Number 9, third baseman, Terry Pendleton.
This pitcher Martinez, he's a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Don't see an awful lot of straight changes in the game. See a lot of off-speed breaking pitches, but this fellow changes speeds on his fastball. He'll pitch to Pendleton. Terry batting .292 with 12 home runs. Here's the pitch. Outside, a tailing fastball. Who's going to play the Giants? Last year it was Houston in the West. This year, San Francisco. The Mets are the only team with a chance to repeat as the champion. Who will it be in the East? The Cardinals, Montreal, or the Mets? Pendleton. Swing and a fly ball foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
There's a lot of baseball to be played to determine that. Maybe even on Monday.
There is a chance of a playoff if the Cardinals and the Mets tie. It'll be at New York. If the Cardinals and Montreal tie, it'll be here on Monday. If Montreal and the Mets tie, it'll be at New York. Here's the pitch to Pendleton. Swing and a tap foul. 1-2. Fitzgerald, the catcher, didn't know where that one had gone.
It's been quite a while since we've had a playoff in the National League. I think the last time was '62, Jack, with the Giants and the Dodgers. Can't remember one since then, can you?
No. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Pendleton in the hole. Up high, 2-2. Mike Gray and friends are here from Springfield, Missouri. Dorothy Shepard from Belleville celebrating a birthday.
Cardinals were a big part of that playoff, too. They whipped the Dodgers 3 in a row to send them up to San Francisco.
Handled him with one out. Swings and hits it into deep left. It'll be caught by Raines. He's there to make the catch. Raines is a good defensive player as well as offensive player. 2 out. That's the best hit ball by the Cardinals tonight as Pendleton lines out to left. Here's Kurt Ford back in the starting lineup. He's batting .296. As Whitey, if Ford swung the bat well in the opener, he'd play the nightcap. He said, we still have to wait and see how that hand and wrist hold up. But he's been taking batting practice and got a hit off the bench the other day up in Chicago. He hits with 2 out. Cardinals have no hits. Swing and a foul, strike 1. Past first base where Rich Hacker is coaching. Nick Leva across the way, no score, bottom of the second, first game.
Boy, this is big business to those coaches, isn't it? They can double their salary if they go to the World Series.
Yeah, they don't make as much as the players. A lot of them make good incomes. But they can use the money. The pitch, change up and a swing and a miss, and that's strike 2. Martinez has not forgotten any of his pitches here in the early going. He's shown them all. He's retired 4 in a row. For Montreal, their pitcher will lead it off in the 3rd. Here's the pitch to Ford. Swing and a ground ball, and it is just foul outside first. Galarraga gets it and returns it to the mound. The umpires are Ed Montague behind the plate, Dave Pallone at first, Lee Wire at second, and Dutch Runnert at third. They'll all get to work a game behind the plate. This is a 4-game series. Mike told you Doug DeCenzies is in uniform, having been signed today by the Cardinals. Right-handed batter. First baseman, third baseman. The pitch from Martinez to Ford and a foul to the left. Keeps it at strike 2. Tomorrow night, the regular time, 7:35. Say hello to the folks in Pittsfield, Illinois. That's the hog capital of the world. WBBA is their Cardinal Network station in Pittsfield, Illinois. Martinez to Ford. Outside. 1-2. Cardinals have had 1 runner that on a walk, so no hits against Dennis Martinez. He works at a leisurely pace. Wallach, the third baseman, plays off of the line as the pitch is made. And it's high outside again, 2-2. Bob Forsch gets the ball tomorrow. He's 11-6. And Pascual Perez, who is undefeated, 6-0, goes for Montreal. Here's another pitch to Ford. Swing on a changeup and a pop fly, base hit to center field. Ford singles with 2 out. The first Cardinal hit, and Steve Lake, starting tonight, a right-handed batter, has a chance to get the 2-out RBI, but he needs a long one.
Batting ace number 25, catcher Steve Lake.
We have adult T-shirt night coming up Thursday against this Montreal club. First 35,000, 16 and over with a paid admission. Take home a good-looking T-shirt with the Cardinal logo. Ford takes the lead. He might run. The pitch. Swing up the middle, off the mound to the shortstop. Force out at second base. What a bad break for Steve Lake. And that would have brought McGrain up there. Not only would McGrain have the chance of getting a hit, but at least he'd be out of the way in this inning. That ball hit the mound hard, bounced right to Brooks. Over to the second baseman for the force out. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Each team has left 2 and after 2, no score.
At weekend package for St. Louis Cardinal baseball, 2 tickets to the Cardinals Mets games for Saturday, plus a hotel room for 2 and breakfast for 2, all in St. Louis. We're going to take bids all throughout this first game, and we'll announce the highest bidder at the end of the first game. So far, the top bid we've got, $100 for that prize package in St. Louis. And if you'd like to make a bid, call it in right now at 944-4635, 944-4635.
Dennis Martinez will lead it off. He's the Montreal pitcher today. He's hitting .068, no homers and 3 RBIs. First pitch is a swing and a foul, out of play. Tonight at Philadelphia, David Cohn 5-5 goes against Don Carmen 12-11. That ball game will get underway in about an hour and so from now. Here's a shot foul off to the right, and quickly Martinez 0-2. He bats like he throws from the right side. Big crowd gathering here for this doubleheader tonight. We should have 45,000 or so before the evening is completed. And most of the folks have brought their windbreakers and their sweaters. Sea of red here at Busch Stadium. 0-2, swing and a miss. Out on strikes is Martinez. That's 3 Ks now for the Cardinal left-hander, Joe McGrain. And he has retired 6 in a row.
Left fielder, Tim Raines.
They're bringing Timmy Raines, the left fielder. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Pete Destranges down in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. He's celebrating number 82 today. Good Cardinal fan. He never misses a game. His son Roger's here tonight, along with former Redbird player Charlie Harris, Tom Croy, and Bill Inglese here. They're rooting for the Redbirds. Scoreless game, 3rd inning. Each club has a base hit, 0-1-0 for each side. Raines flied to right his first time. He pops it foul back here. Souvenir time. Timmy Raines in his last 10 games has batted .412. 18 home runs and 67 RBIs with a .329 average for this fella. What a player he's been in his career. Stolen bases, an even 5-0. 0-1 pitch, up and in. Long look as McGrain is ready. He winds and fires. Beauty, but Cardinals don't get the call. A changeup. It's over but low, 2-1.
This Raines is batting .395 as a right-handed hitter.
And that's how he stands in now. They're deep. Play him to hit to right. The pitch. Half swing. He did not go around. The pitch is high, and it's 3-1.
That's why he's so tough, Mike. He knows that strike
Yes,
zone.
sir.
He gets on base and he steals a base. And when you say, here, I'm going to make you hit it, he'll hit it.
You've got to throw strikes. No doubt about that. He'll take the walk. This guy's a triple threat. 3-1. Swinging a ground ball. Terry Pendleton has it, and his throw across is in time. 7 in a row, retired by Joe McGrain.
Right fielder, Mitch Webster.
Mitch Webster now, he's also swinging a hot bat. When you look at this Montreal lineup, the first 3 guys have really been doing the yeoman work for Montreal. Raines, Webster, and Brooks. Raines in his last 10 games, .412. Mitch Webster, who's at the plate now and who walked his first time up, takes the ball. Is hitting .435 in his last 6 games. Swinging and a shot foul past third. And Hubie Brooks, who got a base hit his first time up, has hit an 8th straight now and batted during their .450 in those 8 games. Why don't you come take a look at the new Chevy Corsica? It's at your Mid-America Chevy dealers, and it starts at $89.95. The new Chevy Corsica. On a 1-1, Webster takes it low. We're in the third. Nobody on. 2 away. Cards in Montreal in the first of a 2-game action here this evening. Outside and low, and it's 3-1. He went 3-1 on Raines. Got him on a ground out. Now he's 3-1 on Webster. Webster's hit 15 home runs, driven home 62, and he's batting .285 at the start. From the right side on a 3-1, Webster grounds it to short. Ozzie scoops, fires, and low. Now the runner wasn't going, but he's still safe. And now he's going to go down to second base. He's injured, Webster is, as he hobbles in there. The throw was low. Dreesen couldn't handle it. Knocked it down, went to get it, and then came back and tried to tag Webster. Webster had pulled up lame about 10 feet from the bag, but then when he saw the throw low and bounced away, he hobbled on to first. And when Dreesen tried to tag him, the ball came out of the glove and rolled far enough away that Webster could hobble all the way down to second base.
Ozzie eased up on the throw a little bit. It went into the dirt. The runner wasn't running hard. The ball came up on Dreesen, who failed to get it out of the dirt, then picked it up and tried to tag the runner. When he did, he lost the ball. The runner hobbled down to second as the ball rolled away, and the catcher, Lake, had to get the ball.
It's going to be an error, and that error is
2 errors, Mike. 1 to Ozzie, 1 to Dreesen.
The error on Ozzie, though, is his 10th of the season, and that messes up his chance to tie Larry Boa for an all-time low errors by a shortstop in a season. E6 and E3 puts Mitch Webster at second base with 2 down, and the most dangerous hitter in the Montreal lineup now, anyway, is Ubi Brooks. He's singled in the first, and he's hitting 8 straight. In his 7 games coming into this that he's hit safely, he's driven home 14 runs.
They're still talking down there with the manager and the trainer. There with the manager and the trainer. Mitch Webster, and he's checking that ankle or whatever it is that's ailing him, wondering if he's going to be able to stay in there, and apparently he is.
It's his left ankle or knee or calf or something, but he's going to stay in there. Keeps testing it. Says he's okay, and he'll try, and out to the mound goes Steve Lake.
Well, that should have been 8 in a row retired by McGrain, but Ozzie is charged with an error on the low throw. Dreesen had ample time to pick the ball up after he missed it, but when he tried to scoop it, he knocked it away from himself. Then when he picked it up and tried to tag the runner, he lost it out of the glove. So McGrain's going to have to pitch around those 2 errors.
Here it is, Ubi Brooks with a man at second, 2 down. He could put Montreal on top. McGrain to the belt, to the plate. Fastball just missed inside. Ooh, that was close. When this guy gets hot, boy, he's one of the toughest in the league, and he's scorching hot now. Webster leads away. The outfield is deep and straight away. McGrain with the 1-0 delivery. Swinging a long one into left field. Back at the track. It's going to be caught. Coleman has it. Boy, he just missed that one. Got under it, flied to left, and the inning comes to a close. No runs or hits. A couple of errors on the same play. 1 stranded. The Expos have left 3. We played 2.5. Cards come to bat. It's 0-0. Now as McGrain leads it off, this is the Cardinals Baseball Network. First pitch to McGrain. He swings, hits it off the end of the bat. An easy roller to Law, the second baseman. 1 pitch, 1 out as McGrain grounds to the second baseman. Well, we've got a couple of promotions left this season. One is the Jacket Day. It'll be this Saturday against the Mets. It's a 1:15 game. And the first 20,000 youngsters aged 15 and under with a paid admission will take home that free Cardinals windbreaker. You might want to get early now. It's the first 20,000 youngsters aged 15 and under. That's this Saturday, so come early, please. Jagged Day is sponsored by Energizer Batteries and Courtyard by Marriott. It's this Saturday, October the 3rd. And the first 20,000 15 and under, so come early. Curve is a strike to Vince Coleman. In the last inning, what happened to Webster? He hit himself with the bat on the ankle as he was leaving home plate. Coleman tries to bunt and he misses, and he's quickly 0-2. So when he took that swing and headed for first, Webster hit himself with the bat in the ankle. But he stayed in the game, and he's out in right field now. They play Vince to hit to left, give him right center. 0-0 game, third inning. Each club has a hit. Cardinals have 2 errors that came on the same play. And the 0-2 pitch by Martinez to Vince. Swinging a foul back here. Souvenir time. Folks scramble for it. Well, a fellow with his glove made a good play. Brought his glove and made the catch. Bleacher fans are here in force tonight, both in left and right. Way outside is the next. Coleman flied to center his first time. Vince in his last 20 games has hit .333, and as he starts the night, he's batting .295. He's got a shot to hit 300 this year. He's had a good season. Redbirds with a magic number of 5. Here's the pitch to Coleman, swinging a ground foul past first. So the Cardinals could cinch as early as tomorrow night, if you're an extreme optimist. With a doubleheader sweep here and a loss by New York to the Phillies. They play Vince to hit to left. Martinez a long look, has the one he wants. It brings it home now. Swinging a fly ball down the left field line. It's going to be caught. Rains over by the line. Hauls it in. Boy, they have Vince defense perfectly.
I have the figures. I have the impression that Coleman doesn't get on base much or do much against Montreal. I think they play him well, pitch him well, and that's one of the reasons why they have the edge over the Cardinals.
Well, I know he doesn't hit well against this fella, Martinez. Of course, no one has hit well against this guy as far as the Cardinals are concerned. He brings it home, and Ozzie Smith swings and belts it right up the middle. Well, Ozzie walked his first time up. He comes up there and smacks a single in the center with 2 down here in the third. Ozzie's hit well against the Expos. .375 coming in. Stole his 40th base of the season back in the first. He's on at first here in the third with 2 down, and he draws a throw. He's back safely. This park is about 85% full right now. When we started, it was about 50%. We're in the third, first of 2. Her waits. Ozzie leads the pitch. Swinging a fly ball will go foul and out of play down the left side into the seats. Cincinnati won today. They beat Atlanta at home 5-4. Acker was the loser. Perry picked up the win. Pat is 5-2. From the belt, Martinez checks Ozzie and throws over there. Chicago plays at Pittsburgh tonight. New York's at Philadelphia, and Los Angeles at Houston, San Francisco at San Diego. Crowd starts to come alive. Martinez to the belt again. Big lead by Ozzie. And he draws another throw. Milwaukee's at Toronto. Baltimore is at Detroit. Boston at New York. Chicago entertaining California up in the Windy City. Minnesota's at Texas. Seattle's at Kansas City. And Cleveland will be on the coast against Oakland much later. Ozzie draws yet another throw, and this time he has to get back in hand first. Well, we play this doubleheader tonight. Tomorrow it's Pascual Perez against Bob Forsch. Then on Thursday, a night game against Montreal. And then the Mets come to town Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday afternoon. Big lead by the Wizard. No, he's not running. Curve is high. 1-1. Jets whistle by. They're coming in off their daily routine and getting a closer look at Busch Stadium, and they get a big cheer from the crowd. Martinez takes a long time before he gets another sign. Her waits. Ozzie leads. He's at first, 2 down. Here's another throw over. They play her about straight away in the outfield, although they give him a little bit of right center. Infield is straight away. Martinez once again checks Ozzie. He has a big lead. Not running. Pitch out. Nothing doing. First 2 went out easily. McGreen grounded to second. Coleman lined to left. Then Ozzie singled up the middle. Burr has run the count 2-1. Ozzie still at first with 2 away. And yet another pitch from Dennis Martinez. Nope, instead a leisurely toss this time over to first. To business. Martinez checks, throws over again. Ozzie's back safely. Ozzie's getting a very big lead. He has 1 foot just barely in the sliding pit at first, the other way out. And he gets that big lead again as Herr steps in from the left side. Martinez to the belt. He checks. Now pitches. Way high, and it's 3-1. Now start that runner and let him rip one up the alley. With the Cards on top. Rains deep straightaway and left. Center fielder, Reed Nichols, just shades her to the left center field side. And Webster is all by himself and straightaway and right. Ozzie gets that big lead. He's held by Galarraga. Martinez once again pitches. The runner goes, swinging a long one into center, will be caught. Reed Nichols takes it in, and the inning comes to a close. A hit and a man stranded. The Cards have left 3. We've played 3. Montreal nothing, and the Cardinals nothing.
Each team has left 3. We've played 3 innings, and there is no score in the first game. Cincinnati beat Atlanta today 5-4. Chicago at Pittsburgh, they have a rain delay. New York is just about to start at Philadelphia. David Cohn against Don Carmen. The Dodgers at Houston and the champions of the West, San Francisco at San Diego, where Benito Santiago has hit safely in 30 consecutive games. First up is Tim Wallach, their big slugger. He takes a strike. He's their big RBI man. He fanned with men on at first and third in the first inning and one out. He's blasted 24 homers. He takes it outside from Joe McGrain, who has walked one, fanned three, and allowed one hit. It will be Wallach, Galarraga, and Nichols. Cardinal left-hander pitches, and it's downstairs, ball two. Wallach has been a steady player for this club for quite a few years now. He takes it low and away. This is the leadoff man. McGrain doesn't want to walk him. 3-1 the count. And the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a smash. Past Ozzie. A base hit. Hard hit ball for the second Montreal hit. A leadoff single by Wallach. Glad he didn't do that in the first inning. And the batter is Andres Galarraga. Galarraga with 2 on, 2 out in the first, bounced it to her into a force out. This is the first time in the game that either side has put the leadoff man on. No score, 4th inning. Galarraga sprays the ball around. He has power to the opposite field. They play him straight away, and here's the pitch. There's a strike call in the outside corner. Galarraga from Venezuela. He's a pretty good hit and run man. He has a look at Jackie Moore. Wallach's not a fast runner. Frequently they start him. McGrain checks the runner and pitches, and a fly ball foul out of play to the right. It's a tight game with McGrain matched against Dennis Martinez. It's probably the sort of game where a run or 2 or 3 is going to win it. 0-2 the count. McGrain delivers, and it's down and in, ball 1. McGrain, a record of 8-7, an earned run average of 3.58. 23 starts, 3 complete games, 1 shutout. He checks the runner and pitches, and a line drive into left off the end of the bat for Coleman. He's right there and has it for the out. The runner gets back. Galarraga had a big swing, but hit it off the end of the bat.
Center fielder.
1 on, 1 out.
Nichols.
It brings up Reed Nichols. Nichols. This fella, as I mentioned, is not too big, 5'11", 170, but packs a wallop occasionally. He's had 4 home runs this year, former Boston and White Sox player. He can run. And they might hit and run with him. McGrain gets the sign from Steve Lake. Here's the pitch. And a strike call on the inside corner. New York at Philadelphia. The Mets did not score in the first inning. So they're underway. David Cohn against Don Carmen. Mets won a 1-0 game over there last night. And picked up a half game on the idle Cardinals. Mets trail by 2. These Expos trail by 3. Here's the pitch. Low, over but low, 1-1. Montreal has won the last 5 meetings between these two teams, including the sweep of the 3-game series in Montreal. The runner goes. The pitch is swung on and hit foul. Rolls back behind the plate as they started Wallach. Nichols fouled it. I wish I had a copy of tomorrow's paper. Wallach singled. Galarraga flied to left. Reed Nichols the batter, and Vance Law on deck. No score, fourth inning, first game. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and a ball in on him. And McGrain gets his fourth strikeout. He'll pitch to Vance Law with 2 out.
Second baseman.
Currently, the bidding on our Cardinals Mets package for this Saturday stands at $130, and you can call in your bids at 944-4635 for 2 tickets to the Cardinals Mets game Saturday, plus a hotel room and breakfast in St. Louis. That number, 944-4635. Our top bid right now, $130.
Law hits it hard to third. Backhand stop, Pendleton. Long throw, out. What a dandy play that was. Pendleton was guarding the line. And as I said with regard to Law, you don't know where he's going to hit it. He'll go the other way, pull it for power, get it into the alleys in left center and right center. He hit this one fair by about 3 feet. There was Pendleton on the backhand. Good play, threw him out. Leadoff single wasted. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Montreal stranded 4, bottom of the 4th. Greason, McGee, and Pendleton up against Dennis Martinez. Going in, no score.
For Busch Beer, here's Hoyt Axton, heading for the mountains.
Late one night not long ago, I was fishing for largemouth, gnarly-toothed killer bass down around the lake. I hadn't eaten for a week, so I brought along a big old lantern, an even bigger frying pan, and 400 cases of cold Busch Beer. A little something to wash down the fillets. Now, most folks were using bamboo poles to catch their fish, but I knew I was dealing with a superior beast. So I took out one of my smooth Busch Beers, held it about a foot over the water, and pulled the top. No sooner did I do that than bang! Out of the lake sprang the biggest killer bass you ever did see. Must have been 20 feet long, weighed about 16,000 pounds. Looked just right for frying, too. But then I figured, well, eating him wouldn't be the neighborly thing to do. Besides, he'd never been to these parts before, so we finished off my Busch Beer together and went out for a pepperoni pizza instead. He was buying.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Montreal has now left 4. The Cardinals have left 3, and there is no score. And more fans arriving at the park. It'll be standing room only when they all settle in. And Dan Greason is up. He flied out with a runner at second in the first. He's had 12 out of 46 for the Cardinals, including the home run at Chicago. Dan Greason playing first base and leading off. Third baseman Wallach plays off of the line. Galarraga is deep at first. Here's the pitch from Martinez. Swing and a chopper foul. Bounced up and hit the batter. Strike 1. Cardinals are 4-10 against Montreal this year with 4 to play. 1-4 here. The Cardinals have won only once in 5 tries in this part, and only 3 out of 9 up there. And of course, we're finished up there. This is the 156th game of the year. There's 6 left after tonight. Greason hits a line drive right at the second baseman for the out. Greason went down and got one and hit it hard, hit it right at Law to start the Cardinal 4th.
Center fielder, Willie.
And he flips the helmet away disgustedly. Willie McGee is up. The shortstop threw him out in the second inning. Cardinals had a 2-out hit by Kurt Ford in the second, a 2-out hit by Ozzie Smith in the third. And they were given a 1-out walk to Ozzie Smith in the first inning. Those have been the runners. Ball 1 to McGee. Willie with 11 home runs. Took a strike on the outside corner. Martinez has allowed 9 home runs in his 21 starts. That's not many. McGee with 1 out took a ball just outside. Martinez works those corners and throws a variety of pitches. Keeps the ball down, sneaks the fastball by people. It's a moving fastball. He changes speeds off of that and has a wicked curve. One of the best curveballs in the league. His pitch. Fastball high and away, and Willie chased it and missed it. 2-2. Martinez, who is from Nicaragua, has an Oriental look about him. He lives in the state of Maryland. He kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. That curveball down and in. He can put that in a good spot, and down goes McGee. He's the second strikeout victim. And both of these pitchers mean business tonight. With 2 out, Pendleton is up. He lined out to left his first time. Pendleton bats where the base is empty. And the right-hander pitches to him. Low ball 1. Kurt Ford on deck. No score, bottom of the 4th. Pendleton waits. Homered in the recent Chicago series. Takes a strike on the outside corner. This fella just won't put the ball down the middle. It's a fastball on the outside corner or a curveball down and in. 1-1 the count, the pitch. Change up and a pop fly to the third baseman. Pendleton got cheated out of his swing. Half swing and a change up and a pop fly to the third baseman, Wallach. For the second time in the game, this pitcher Martinez has retired 4 in a row. We played 4 innings of the first game, no score. Mike Fitzgerald leads off. Strike called from Joe McGrain. Fitzgerald, a right-handed hitting catcher, grounded to third his first time. We're in the 5th, no score. 2 hits for each club and no margin for error for the Cardinal pitcher McGrain. His pitch, over but low. This is the number 8 batter with the pitcher Martinez next, and then Tim Raines. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right center. McGee going to that one. It's deep. He's there. He has it for the out. McGee was still on the move when he reached to his left and made the catch. That ball carried a little better than I thought it was going to, Mike.
Amazing when you watch Willie run how easily he can get to a ball, isn't it, Jack? A lot of center fielders would have struggled to get near that one. He makes it look easy.
Martinez, the batter, a strikeout victim his first time. He's had 3 hits and 45 at-bats, so you'd like to keep him off base and have Tim Raines, who will bat next, come up there with the bases empty. Here's the pitch from the left-hander. Strike, a good fastball. Called strike 1. In the Cardinal 5th inning, bottom 3, Ford, Lake, and McGrain. Martinez hits it to the left of Herr. Good play. Spins and throws for the out. Good play by Herr to his left. Ball came up.
Yeah, that was a tough play for him. It came up. Usually when the ball comes up, it's easy, but when it came up, Tommy was close enough to it where he had to bend the wrist and catch it very close to his leg. And he's fortunate that the ball, or his knee, didn't hit the ball.
Kind of looked like the ball went off the heel of the glove, and he trapped it against his midsection, spun around, and threw out Martinez. And Raines will indeed bat with the bases empty, 2 out here in the 5th inning. Looks like a run or 2 is going to win this one, Mike.
Yeah, the way these 2 guys are going, and you'd have to think, if you look at this, Jack, excluding the home run, that either Coleman or Raines would be the catalyst to somehow manufacture that run.
Raines is up with 2 out. He's flied to right. He's grounded to third. batting right-handed, batting .328 overall, third in the league in hitting. The pitch with 2 out, up and in, and he almost walked into it, ball 1. Retired by McGrain. He set down 7 in a row earlier and then pitched around an error. There's a strike to the batter.
Boy, McGrain really has great movement on his ball today, doesn't he?
1 ball, 1 strike to Tim Raines. I mentioned earlier that batting right-handed, Raines is hitting almost .400. The pitch to him is down and in. He has such a good batting eye that he's frequently ahead on the count and he can sit on a pitch. Here's another delivery. Instead, McGrain stops. Philadelphia's taken the lead 1-0 in the first inning at home over New York. And they're still batting. The pitch to McGrain with 2 out. And it misses low inside 3-1. Raines is hitting .301 left-handed, but has 13 of his. Or he has. Let me get this straight here. He has more power left-handed than right-handed. The pitch, swing, and a shot to center. Can McGee get it? He's on the run. What a play by McGee to his left, and down around the knees for the out to take an extra base hit. Away from Tim Raines, and great defense by the Cardinals in that end.
Well, if you'd have seen that ball come off the bat, you'd have said triple. That was a really tough chance for Willie. He got a great break on it. And only his great ability and speed got him to it. He caught it right around his ankle on the move, and that is a big, big play.
Now McGrain has retired 6 in a row, and frequently defensive accomplishments will get things going on offense. Bottom 3, Ford, Lake, and McGrain. Bottom of the 5th. First game, no score. Cardinals bat in the bottom of the 5th. No score with Montreal. Dennis Martinez against Kurt Ford, and we'll have a station break after the first pitch. After 1 inning at Philadelphia, the Phillies lead the Mets 1-0. Here's the pitch to Ford leading off. Showed the bunt, took a strike. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Kurt Ford in the batter's box, left-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher Dennis Martinez. Upstairs with the next pitch, 1-1. Ford singled into center field his first time, one of the 2 Cardinal hits. And Montreal has 2 hits.
Kurt's 2 for 2 since coming off the DL.
Got that pinch hit up in Chicago. He swings and hits it foul down into left field. Foul by about 3 feet. The line shot to the opposite field puts Ford in the hole 1-2. Ed Montague, the plate umpire, a left-hander, whips into one of the mound, showed a pretty good arm. No score, bottom of the 5th, first game of the doubleheader. Matthews against Bryn Smith in the nightcap here. Here's the pitch from Martinez. Curveball, fly ball, right field. It'll be handled by Webster. He has it, 1 out. And that's 5 in a row retired by this pitcher. Earlier in the game when Webster was running the bases and limping around and time was called as they checked him out, turned out he had whacked himself in the ankle with a bat.
Catcher Steve Lake.
And after a little while he was okay. Steve Lake is up. He had a bad break in his first at bat. He shot one up the middle and it hit the pitcher's mound and sailed right to the shortstop. And it ended in a force out. He's had 2 home runs. Swings and he cracks the bat and hits it foul past third base. Strike 1. Tony Pena is wearing glasses for the first time in his life. He had his eyes checked and apparently did need some eyeglasses. He was wearing them on the field tonight in the pregame practice. We don't know who the second game catcher is going to be. Lake's the batter and McGrain next.
That's got to take some getting used to, doesn't it? Wearing eyeglasses for the first time.
Martinez with one out delivers and misses it low and away. A ball and a strike to Lake. They play Lake to pull ever so slightly. He's a right-handed batter. Wallach deep behind the base at third. Mike Fitzgerald behind the plate gives the sign. Here's the pitch. And it missed low and away again. Ball 2. 2-1. Philadelphia got their run in the first inning and a ground out by Mike Schmidt. And the Phillies left one on, and after one, they lead New York 1-0. His pitcher Martinez has allowed 9 homers. Swing and a pop fly foul, and it will be not caught by Galarraga. Foul ball. He had a chance to get it. He slid along the wet turf, and the ball just eluded him, and it's 2-2. No play on the ball. That is, no error. He just missed it.
For a big man, he can move around over there.
They call him El Gato, the cat. Well, sometimes when a fella gets a break like that, he comes back and gets a base hit. Let's see what happens with Steve Lake. Fastball, ground ball, foul, past third as Martinez jammed him. He can put the pitches in really tough spots for these batters. In Montreal 6th, it'll be Webster, Brooks, and Wallach. Bottom of the 5th, no score, 1 out and nobody on. Steve Lake swings and misses, low and away. He kept throwing him low and away, and then up and in, low and away, struck him out. That's the 3rd strikeout for Martinez. He's set down 6 in a row.
And that shows what this fella can do with a baseball. That time he dropped down 3/4 and whistled that curveball. He has a very sharp breaking curve.
Joe McGrain is up. He grounded out his first time.
And what he doesn't do, Jack, is fall in love with that breaking ball. He uses it when he wants that strikeout.
Fastball and a high foul ball hit by McGrain, out of play. McGrain has a home run and 3 runs batted in. He's had 7 hits. 7 out of 49. That's not many. He's a big fella and strong. And he pumps more than 1 out in batting practice occasionally.
When you make a mistake on him, he can hurt you.
There are 2 outs. 6 in a row retired by Martinez. He works. Swing and a miss, and a ball up and in. And that's strike 2. These 2 clubs going after each other here tonight with a lot of things riding on every pitch. Is in the hole, 0-2. And it's wasted low and away, 1-2.
For some reason or another, Martinez has dropped down 3/4, almost sidearm on a few pitches here in this inning.
New York did not score in the second at Philadelphia. Phillies lead 1-0 in the bottom of the second. McGrain, a curveball, struck him out. That's the 4th strikeout for Martinez. He's retired 7 in a row. Cardinal pitcher Joe McGrain is retired 6 in a row. We've played 5, no score.
Well, this, the first of 2, moves quickly into the 6th inning. Nothing contest to this point. It'll be Mitch Webster, Jimmy Brooks, Tim Wallach. 2, 3, 4 men if anyone gets on. Andres Galarraga. McGrain has retired the last 6 he's faced. He's walked 1. He's spanned 4. And he's pitched around an error.
Leading off right fielder Mitch Webster.
Webster has walked and reached on an error, so he's been on base both times that he's come to the platter. In his last 6 games, he's hit .435. They're straight away and deep. As McGreen pumps, it's over but low, ball 1. Big crowd is still filing in here at Busch Stadium. McGreen to Webster. Outside and low, 2-0. Tomorrow night, Pascual Perez against Bob Forsch. 7:20 is the dugout show. 7:30 the play-by-play. Webster on a 2-0 hits a little slow roller to short. Ozzie up over and OUT. 7 in succession retired by McGrane. How are you folks in Pittsfield, Illinois tonight? WBBA is our Cardinal station there. Philadelphia batting in the bottom of the 2nd at the vet. And they lead the Mets 1-0. Here's Ubi Brooks. This guy is some kind of hot. First one is low, ball 1. Ubi single in the first, fly to left in the 3rd. That's with nobody on, 1 out here in the 6th. And on a 1-0, he swings and hits a high hopper. Let it roll, Joe. It bounces and goes foul. Good ball. That would have been a base hit if McGrane would have caught it in fair territory, but he was getting advice from both Pendleton and Lake. Let it go. He did it, bounced foul, and it's 1-1 as Ubi Brooks returns. Brooks, in the 7 games previous to this one, has driven home 14 on the season, 14 home runs, 67 RBIs, and a .259 average. He gets back in. Former New York third baseman. He's the Montreal shortstop. 1-1 pitch. Inside. Ubi had a great year going a couple of years ago and came up with an injury, but he was having a most valuable player's season when that injury occurred. He pops it up a mile high down the right field line. Out to get it is Tommy Hearn. Ball tails back on him and backpedaling. Tommy takes it in. Ubi pops out, and that's 8 in a row retired by McGrane. It brings in Tim Wallach. Wallach fanned in the first, singled his last time up. Wallach has set all kinds of records this year. He has 117 RBIs, and that's an all-time Montreal RBI record. He broke Andre Dawson's RBI single season high. From the right side, the third baseman bats, takes it inside, ball 1. 24 home runs for Wallach this season, and a .297 average to go with those 117 ribbies. Swing and a pop-up foul's going to go out of play and into the seats. Last year, Wallach had an off year, hit .233 with 18 home runs and 71 RBIs. This is his 7th full season in the big leagues. He hails from Southern California, set some records out there as a collegiate player. Swings and hits a bullet into left center. He may try for a couple. Over to get it, Willie. But he can't field it cleanly, and now he kicks it around, and Wallach's going to go all the way to third. It'll be a double and an error. Third error of the night for the Cards. Willie had to really hustle to get to it. When he reached down, he couldn't get a good handle on it. That's the third error of the night for the Redbirds. Both errors, or excuse me, all 3 errors have come with 2 outs. Ozzie threw low, and then Dreesen also got an error as Webster reached in the third. And now on this double, Willie kicks it around and gets an error. So the potential go-ahead run is at third with 2 down, and Andres Galarraga is the batter. Galarraga has hit 13 home runs, but he has 89 ribbies. Swinging a line shot. What a play by Pendleton. Long throw, low, out. Great, fantastic. Pendleton and Greason hook up. Around Galarraga. Listen to the crowd. Unbelievable. Off the bat of Galarraga. Pendleton backhanded the ball, spun him around. He got up, had plenty of time, threw low, and Greason dug it out. They replay it, and you can hear this big crowd. They're on their feet, a standing O. The Cards.
If you're listening to this on any YouTube channel other than Classic Baseball on the Radio, be sure to check out the YouTube channel Classic Baseball on the Radio. This game was first posted.
Hi fans, Jack Buck here with the last word on baseball. My guest today...
Hi, Jack.
wait a minute. Is that crafty manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, Whitey Herzog? Whitey, let me ask you...
September, Jack.
Excuse me?
September. That's when the pennant races really start to heat up, and when the top teams have to play their best ball if they want to stay in contention.
Now, how'd you know I was going to ask you that?
Busch beer.
Busch beers? How you knew?
No, but in my opinion, Busch happens to have the same characteristics as a winning ball club.
It does?
Sure, it's smooth, natural, and always consistent.
So you can...
always count on that refreshing taste.
Now I'm with you, Whitey, except what do the...
mountains have to do with baseball? I don't know, Jack. I haven't figured that one out yet.
Okay, how about...
Now, forget it, Jack. I'll just drink yours.
Whitey, I've got to...
Ask away, Jack.
Well, how come you always...
Know the answer before you finish the question?
Yeah.
Because, Jack, us managers got to think ahead.
Well, I'll be a son of a...
gun, Jack.
Why, thanks, Whitey.
Don't mention it.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, back to the hill is Martinez. This is some pitching duel. Martinez is set down 7 in a row. McGrain retired 8 consecutive hitters before that double by Tim Wallach. And here's Vince Coleman to lead it off. This big crowd starts to rub it up.
Like earlier in the 5th inning, Raines made the last out. And so the number 2 hitter led off in the inning, and McGrain got through the 6th. Now the Cardinals have the top of the order up in the 6th. That's an advantage. Let's see if it works.
Martinez fires way outside and high for a ball.
After 2 at Philadelphia, 1-0 Phillies over the Mets.
Wallach is way in at third. Hubie Brooks is way into the hole, and he's cheated up to guard against the great speed of Vince Coleman. Right side straight away. Big gap in right center. 1-0 delivery. Vince takes it low for a ball. Coleman gets on. You'll hear some racket. Vince is flied to center and line to left. Vince had walked out. He's back in now. Martinez goes to the wind. 2-0 pitch. He's taking all the way, and it's in at the knees. 2-1. Ozzie and Tommy Hurd to follow. 0-0. We are in the 6th. 0-3-0 for Montreal. 0-2-3 for the Redbirds. 2-1 offering will head home from the Montreal right-hander. Here it is now. Coleman takes it low. Ball 3. Fitzgerald goes to the mound. Wouldn't surprise me to see Vince make him throw another strike. He's done that this season numerous times. Ozzie pacing around in the on-deck circuit. The adrenaline's pumping tonight, folks. Big gap in right center. If you see one head up that way, You'll see Mr. Vince Coleman pick him up and lay him down. Here's the 3-1 pitch. He's taking all the way and he walks. All four. Leadoff walk to Coleman. Second pass issued by Martinez. What a difference between Vince Coleman this season to the previous two. Complete different hitter. He has pilfered 105. 105 is stolen base total. Ozzie Smith walks in. This is the first time in the game the Cardinals have had their leadoff. This is the first time in the game the Cardinals have had their leadoff man on. Short lead by Vince. He draws a leisurely throw. Wallach is way in at third. Brooks. Law shortened up for the DP. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner. Hit and run. Perfect. It goes right through the shortstop position. Coleman all the way to third. The hit and run was on, and Ozzie was perfect. He saw Hubie Brooks break the cover, and all he did was just pump it through the shortstop position. Man, has that guy been something. Ozzie reaches for the third time. His second hit, and the Redbirds have a great opportunity here. Cardinals don't employ that very often, but that was the hit and run. There wasn't any doubt about it. Vince wasn't stealing. It was the hit and run.
The walk to Coleman marked the first time the Cards have put their leadoff man on. They now have 3 hits. Ozzie has 2 of them, and he's been on base 3 times with a stolen base. That's one of the things they're talking about is Ozzie's running. The infielders will be back at second and short. Even a double play ball off the bat of her should give the Cardinals a lead. He wants something better than that.
Ozzie in his last 5 games is hitting over 500 with a 2-for-2 performance here. Her has struck out and flied to center field. Ozzie gets a big lead. Martinez to the belt. He checks. And throws to first. Ozzie's back safe. Standing room only crowd. We're ready to let loose. Cardinals trying to break on top. It's 0-0 here in the 6th. First and third, nobody out. And a fake. The first and then over to third, and that's a balk. Can't do that. That's a balk. Now we're going to have some argument. Cardinals lead 1-0 on a balk. We'll see what the argument leads to. But you can't fake the first and then throw over to third unless you step off first. And that's what the argument's going to be, whether he stepped off first or not. If he stepped off, then he's okay. And they'll probably change it. That's what they're going to do. They're going to change it. Now here comes the Cardinal argument. Here comes Whitey Herzog out. The home plate umpire called the balk. Then they asked the first base umpire, Pallone, and he said he stepped off. And so if that's the case, then it is no balk. So it will not be a balk. Ozzie back to back to first. And Coleman back to third. No balk.
He did step off, Michael. I thought he had at the outset. We'll see a replay of it, and he did. So Coleman asked to leave the bench, go back to third. Smith back to first. The umpire's got it right. And even if it works against you, that's what they got to do.
Yeah, I wish they'd do that more often, John, when they are right about something or asking another umpire.
I wish they'd do it all the time.
Yeah, if they do it all the time, you'd have less of a problem. And even though it goes against the Cardinals, they did get it correct. So we're back to the action. Ozzy's at first, Vince Coleman at third. Infield shortened up for the double play ball. Nothing here in the 6th inning. First game of a doubleheader. Martinez to the belt. Fakes to third this time. No throw.
I wonder if all of this action on the pitcher's part might cause him to lose his concentration on the hitter, Mike.
No. This fellow's been around a long time. He knows what he's doing. Dennis Martinez. Straight away and deep for her. A check and a pitch. Swinging a long fly ball to center field. Could get Coleman home. He tags. So does Ozzy. Here's the throw home. Ozzy goes to second. Cardinals lead 1-0. The throw gets away. A sacrifice fly by Tommy Herr puts the Redbirds on top. Coleman scores, and Ozzy goes to second base.
Good base running by Ozzy. It was apparent that the center fielder had to take a shot at Coleman, which he did. Coleman scored standing up, as it turned out. The ball got away from the catcher. Martinez backed it up, and meanwhile, Ozzy tagged and went to second, so it takes away the double play and makes it a little easier for Dreesen.
I tell you, the center fielder did a heck of a job. He caught the ball and got rid of it in a big hurry. And only the great speed of Coleman got him home. Now it's Dreesen.
And Martinez, who caught the ball behind home plate, tried to fake the runner, Ozzy, make him think that he lost the ball, all the while he had the ball. We're in the bottom of the third at Philly. The Phillies lead New York 1-0.
Dreesen sets, so's Martinez, and the pitch. Up and in. A walk, a hit and run single, a sacrifice fly had Coleman in to touch the plate, and the Redbirds leading 1-0. Dreesen could add to that. Ozzy tagged and went to second on the play. He gets a lead. They play Dreesen to pull. They give him left center. Pickoff play, nothing doing, no throw. As Ozzy sneaks back into second base. Hubie Brooks tried to get in behind him.
And that Ozzy playing his legs off tonight, Mike.
When hasn't he? Talk about most valuable players. He doesn't have those great stats that you look around for the muscle men, but he's been the MVP on this club, with Clark missing since September the 9th. Dreesen could get another big hit. He's set. Here's the pitch from Martinez after a long look. Swinging a foul back here, and boy, he had a rip at that one. He missed his pitch. He was right on it. Fastball up and out over the plate. Count now 1-1. Big crowd. All eyes on Ozzy at second, Dreesen at the plate. Dennis Martinez has not lost in the month of September. He trails 1-0 here in the 6th with Ozzy at second, one away. Time called now as Martinez started to work. Center fielder Reed Nichols is playing Dreesen to pull. Deep is the infield and straight away. 1-1 delivery. Dreesen takes a strike. Good pitch inside corner.
I guess I was wrong about him losing his concentration.
Yeah, this guy's been around too long. He's set with another after he gets his sign. Slowly the right-hander comes to the belt. Ozzy has a short lead. Now a bigger one. Now the pitch. Way outside. He wastes the fastball. 2-2. During the month of September, Pascual Perez and this fella, Dennis Martinez, two guys they did not have at the start of the season, combined are 10-0. This fella, Martinez, 4-0, and Pascual Perez, who will pitch tomorrow, is 6-0 during the month of September. Cardinals trying to beat this fella, Dennis Martinez, for the first time. Here's the 2-2. Dreesen, swing and a miss, struck him out with a breaking ball. Well, Dreesen, who had lined out twice, now strikes out, and here's Willie McGee. Strikeout is the 5th for Martinez. This all started with a walk to Vince Coleman. A hit and run single by Ozzie put him at third. Sacrifice fly scored Coleman, sent Ozzie to second. Ozzie's now at second with 2 out. McGee takes a half swing and a curveball goes low for a ball. Colin Jarrett chewing on his fingernails. Big crowd watching very attentively as Martinez slows it down a bit. Ozzie gets the lead. They're deep for Willie, and they play him to hit into left, give him right center. Andy McGavigan starts to loosen in the Montreal bullpen. The Expos come into this series figuring they have to take at least 3 out of 4 and for all practical purposes really sweep the series.
The reason McGavigan is warming up, their pitcher is due to bat 4th in the 7th inning, Nichols, Law, and Fitzgerald against Joe McGrain, so they get McGavigan going in case they need a pinch hitter. Meanwhile, another run would be welcome, wouldn't it?
Ozzie down at second base, 2 away. Willie McGee walks back in. Willie's grounded to the shortstop, and he's struck out tonight. Only 3 hits in this game by each club. Ozzie dances off at second base, and the pitcher Martinez steps off. This is the first game of a doubleheader. Bryn Smith and Greg Matthews will hook up in the nightcap. All right, Willie's set, waits for the 1-0. Here it is. Swinging a foul pass first. We owe you a break. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. McGavigan in the bullpen. Martinez is given only 1 run as a man at second. 2 out, but they're getting ready to lift him. Montreal is pulling out all the stops. A 1-1 pitch to Willie McGee. Nope. Instead, a fake back to second base. Waiting to hit next and hoping he hits in this inning is Terry Pendleton. Ozzie Smith, just off the premiere of his new movie. The pitch to Willie. Swing and a slow roller to the second baseman. Big hop. Law throws out McGee, and the inning comes to a close. But the Redbirds get on top. They score a run. A 1-base hit. They leave a man. They're stranded 4. We've played 6. Cards lead 1-0.
Joe McGrain pitches in the 7th inning to Reed Nichols, and it's low ball 1. Nichols has popped out, struck out, right-handed batter. Top of the 7th. Meanwhile, after 3, the Phillies lead New York at Philadelphia 2-0. And here's the pitch from McGrain to Nichols. Way high, ball 2. McGrain has walked 1, fanned 4, allowed 3 hits. The Expos have left 5. There's been some great defense behind Joe McGrain. Here's the pitch, and it's ball 3. 3-0.
Last time that Joe was in this spot, Jack, he went to the mound in the 7th, and they had to take him out after getting a lead.
Ball 4. So after being given a run with which to work, McGrain walks the leadoff man. That's his second pass. That's the way the Cardinals got their run in the 6th inning. A leadoff walk to Coleman. Hit run single by Smith. And a fly ball by her, and they stir in the Cardinal bullpen. Smith in talking to the Cardinal pitcher. Batter is Vance Law. He is struck out and had a hit taken away by Pendleton at third base. He's a good hit-and-run man, good man at moving the ball around and advancing runners. In fact, they play him to the right, and they give him left center. And he can pull the ball. Here's the pitch to Law, and a strike on the outside corner. Mike Fitzgerald, the catcher's on deck. The pitcher's due to bat 4th. 9 tough outs to get before this one is over. 1-0 Cardinals. Nichols takes the lead. He's a good runner. Stolen only 2 bases. Law hits it hard to her. Her to Smith over to first. Double play. Even though the ball was hard hit, Her was charging in. He got it on the short hop. Fed it to Smith, who flew over the base after making the put out. And the 4-6-3 double play remains, and now there are 7 outs to obtain.
Boy, that was a great curveball. Joe started it way outside. It just came in and caught the back half, and Law hit it right where it was pitched, right to the second baseman.
Batter is Mike Fitzgerald. He grounded to third and lined out to center, where McGee made the defensive play of the night, along with the one pulled off by Pendleton. In fact, McGee's pulled off 2, and Pendleton has pulled off 2, and Fitzgerald takes it high, ball 1. And now McGrain is on his way to an easy inning, and here comes Mike Rourke, the pitching coach, out to talk to him as the Cardinals warm up their 1-2 punch in the bullpen. Well, no, it's not Worrell. It's Daly, the left-hander, and the right-hander, Scott Terry.
Engel, right-handed hitting catcher, comes on back. So we have some action. We're in the 7th. That's usually the pivotal inning in a ball game, and man, they're moving everywhere now.
Rourke has paid his visit to the mound to McGrain, who's pitching with 2 out and nobody on in the top of the 7th. The Cardinals, with regard to Montreal, are trying to lower their winning number to 3, with a chance then to lower it to 1. If they win the first game, they'll have a chance to win the second game and lower it to 1 and clinch a tie, at least with regard to Montreal. Fitzgerald takes the pitch outside, ball 2. And a Cardinal victory here in the first game, no matter what New York does, would lower the number to 4. And if the Mets would lose, it'd be 3. And if the Cardinals win again, it'd be 2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball off to the right and out of play. So this could be a big, big evening. Could be a bad, bad evening. 2-1 on the batter.
One thing about it, things can change in a hurry when you play the 2 clubs that are right on you, can't they?
McGrain delivers to Fitzgerald with 2 out, and it's low, ball 3. Engel, pinch hitter, waiting on deck. McGrain has to throw a strike, and there's a fly ball to center field. McGee will catch this one. Backs up a little bit with 2 out. Has it. That's all for Montreal in the 7th. A walk, a double play, a fly ball, nobody left. 7th inning stretch time. First game of a doubleheader. Light hitting game. 3 for each club. Get more. Bottom of the 7th. Cardinals lead 1-0.
Hi, I'm not home right now. I heard about TWA's fairs and flew out of town for the weekend.
Sorry I'm not here this weekend. Caught a TWA flight to the...
Hi, this is Chester's machine. He's not here right now because of TWA's low fare.
Hello, TWA reservations. May I help you?
With TWA's low fares, everyone's leaving town. Today's TWA. Find out how good we really are.
Cincinnati beat Atlanta today 5-4. Chicago rained out at Pittsburgh. The Phillies lead 2-0 after 3 at home against the Mets. David Cohn against Don Carmen. Dodgers will be at Houston. San Francisco at San Diego. Pendleton looks at a strike from Martinez. In that San Diego game, Benito Santiago has hit safely in 30 in a row, and the Giants have already clinched the West. Here is Pendleton, a fly ball to short center. Reed has to go back a few steps, as it turns out, makes the catch. Pendleton's 0 for 3. And Martinez continues to be tough. Here's Kurt Ford. He is single and fly to right. Milwaukee at Toronto. Mosby has hit a home run to put Toronto ahead 1-0 in the third. Bozio pitching against Key. Detroit leads, a home run by Madlock. They lead 2-0 in the bottom of the fourth at home over Baltimore. Bell against Tanana. Ford looks at a strike. A grand slam by Mattingly, his 6th grand slam of the year. The Yankees lead Boston 4-0 after 3. The Yankees lead Boston, and it's Hurst against Hudson 4-0 after 3. Inside to the batter. The home run by Mattingly, his grand slam, his 6th of the year, surpasses the major league record of 5 held by Ernie Banks and Jim Gentile. Most ever. Ford, ground ball to first. Easy play, Galarraga. 2 out in the Cardinals' 7th inning. Batting with the bases empty, Lake. It'd be nice if he got on and allowed McGrain to bat in this inning. Lake has hit the ball hard once. He's 0 for 2. The Red Sox announced that Wade Boggs will miss the rest of the year due to torn cartilage in his knee. The Mets did not score in the 4th inning. Phillies are batting in the bottom of the 3rd, and they lead 2-0.
That gives Paul Molitor a shot at the batting title anyway. He's in a situation where he'd have to get 12 out of 24 to do it, but at least he's got a shot.
Steve Lake with 2 out, a foul as the ball came right at his chin. He fouled it away. Boggs leading the league at 365 and Molitor 356.
He'd have to go 12 out of 24. If he did that, he could take the rest of the year off and be the batting champion.
Martinez shattered Steve Lake's bat. Clark Distributing Company in Dyersburg, Tennessee has a group of folks up here at the park.
Evidently, Jack, after that ball hit the bat, it ran the bat into the cheek of Steve Lake, or else a chip came off the bat and hit him on the cheek. Whichever, he goes back up with a sore cheekbone.
Toronto leads Milwaukee at home 1-0 after 3. Tommy Lasorda has been kicked out of the game tonight at Houston.
You don't think there are any frustrations left in that body, do you?
2 out here in the 7th. A pinch hitter was started in the 8th inning for Montreal. Lake swings and fouls. It hit it hard past 3rd, strike 2. Cardinals have 3 hits, 2 by Ozzie Smith, the other by Kurt Ford. Tom Herr has the only RBI. Smith and Coleman have been given the only walks. So they've had 5 runners, scored 1, left 4. Bottom of the 7th, 1-0 Cardinals, 2 out, nobody on. And Lake in the hole. There's a hole in the lake. Here is a pitch just low. The first pitch from Martinez was right at his chin. He swung at it, fouled it. And then the bat made contact with his chin. Lake waits. Swinging a little nubber off the end of the bat to the second baseman. Lake doesn't run well, and he's out at first. The inning is over, so The 1-0 excitement continues. We played 7, first game of a doubleheader. Cardinals lead Montreal 1-0.
In to the 8th inning with a 1-0 lead. There'll be a pinch hitter to the plate for Montreal. It'll be Dave Engel, the right-handed hitting catcher. He comes off the bench and he'll hit for Martinez. Dave Engel. He was the second-round choice of the Angels in the June 1978 free agent draft. Traded to Minnesota. Acquired by Detroit on January the 16th, 1986. Signed as a free agent by this ball club in January. First pitch to him is a ball. Philadelphia has increased their lead in the bottom of the 4th. They lead New York 3-0 now. 1 run in, 1 on, 1 out. Swing and a shot foul down the left side off the bat of Engel. 1-1. In the bottom of the 4th, the Phillies still bat. They have a man on and 1 out. They have a run in and they lead New York 3-0. Here we're in the 8th. 1-0 Cards. Dave Engel hitting for Martinez. 1-1 pitch. Outside. Engel. 1 home run, 13 RBIs, and he's hitting .238. Two-one delivery. McGrain to Engel. Swing and a hot shot to Ozzie. He scoops and fires, and 1 away. 5 to go. For Martinez. He goes 7 innings, gives only 1 run on 3 base hits. He struck out 5 and he walked 2. Second walk was to Vince Coleman. Then he killed it. Well, here's the other key. Tim Raines. Bullpens are busy. Worrell in the Cardinal bullpen. McGaffigan in the Expo bullpen. Here's the guy McGrain needs to get out. Tim Raines. He's 0 for 3. Slide to right, grounded to third, and line to center. Right-handed, he bats, looks at it high for a ball. You remember when Jack and I talked earlier, thought the key to this game, excluding the home run, would be either Raines or Coleman. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a pop-up. It's going to stay in play. Her call. Has room. He has 2 away. Tim Raines is 0 for 4. Now the Redbirds within 4 of a win. 4 outs. But McGrain will have to go through the heart of this order. Webster bats with nobody on, 2 down. And if it stays like this in the 9th, it'll be Brooks, Wallach, and Galarraga, the big 3. So don't go too far away. Joe nods yes, goes to the wind, pumps it home. Upstairs, ball 1. Webster can hurt you with the home run. He's already hit 15. He's 0 for 2. He's walked, reached on an air, and grounded to the shortstop, Ozzie. Here's the next. Swing and a pop foul back here, 1-1. Worrell still heating in the bullpen.
After 4 at Philly, 3-0. Philadelphia over the Mets.
They're deep for Webster. Here's the pitch. Over but low. Ball 2, 2-1. McGrain has walked 2. He has struck out 3. Make it 4 strikeouts. 2-1 delivery. Mitch Webster, the switch hitter, swings and taps it foul. 2-2. Green set down 8 in a row until Wally doubled in the 6th. Since then, he's allowed only 1 to reach. That was a walk to Reed Nichols in the 7th. Erased him in a double play. He's retired the first 2 here in the 8th, and now on a 2-2, Mitch Webster swings and strikes out. He flips the bat all the way into the dugout. He zipped it back there. And McGrain strikes out his 5th Expo of the night. He's only 3 outs away from a win. As we go to the bottom of the 8th, McGaffigan goes to the hill. The Cardinals will have McGrain, Coleman, and Smith. Redbirds 1, Montreal nothing. Andy McGaffigan's the new Montreal pitcher. Martinez went 7 innings, gave 1 run, 3 hits, struck out 5, and walked 2. Normally that might get you a win, but in this instance it hasn't been good enough. And in to take over the pitching duties is Andy McGaffigan. He's a hard-throwing right-hander, and he, like almost the entire bullpen for Montreal, has been tough this season. Good combination going thus far. Cards leading Montreal 1-0 here. Philadelphia leading New York 3-0 in the 5th at the vet. It will be Joe McGrain to lead it off. Joe's 0 for 2. Then Coleman will bat for the 4th time, and Ozzie. No other change for Montreal. They stay the same. Except at shortstop. No, they move around now. Thought maybe they had put in a new second baseman, but Law's out there.
Mike, the folks saw Todd Worrell warming up in the bullpen earlier. Joe McGrain is going to lead off batting here in the bottom of the 8th, so he will go to the mound in the top of the 9th. Still has some work to do with Brooks, Wallach, and Galarraga. And if anybody gets on, Nichols.
McGaffigan, 5-2 with 11 saves. Hits a sign and fires. McGrain swings and misses on a slider. Boy, he goes up there pumping. I'll say that for him. We're in the 8th. Cardinals leading 1-0. Here's the next to Joe. Strike, a beauty. McGaffigan comes in pumping strikes. 0-3-0 for the Expos. 1-3-3 for the Cards. 0-2 pitch to Joe McGrain. Up and in. Coleman waits on deck. Big crowd still filing in here. Standing room only tonight. They're packed everywhere. Here's the next to the Cardinal pitcher, McGrain. Struck him out. He chased the bad ball. Listen to the hand for Vince Coleman. He scored the only run of this game. He did that in the 6th when he led off with a walk. Cardinals have had their leadoff man on only once tonight, and he scored. Third baseman Wallach way in front of the bag. Galarraga cheats in at first. Outfielders shade Vince to hit the left, give him right center. He's set. Shows McGaffigan the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. Big hop for Law. He throws out Coleman. 2 away.
Shortstop, Ozzie Smith.
They go to the bottom of the 5th now at Philadelphia. Phillies still lead 3-0 as they bat in the bottom of the 5th. Here we're in the bottom of the 8th, first of 2. In the second game, Matthews will be opposed by Bryn Smith. Worrell throwing in the bullpen. Ozzie digs in. Ozzie's walked, stolen the base, singled twice tonight. He's hitting .303. They give him right center the pitch. Low. McGaffigan has retired the first 2. He brings home the pitch to the Wizards. Swing and a miss. Ozzie was trying to get out in front and pump one into the corner.
Well, this guy's pitching well for them, isn't he? Their bullpen has been terrific. McGaffigan, McClure, Parrott, Burke, Hesketh.
1-1 the count now as Ozzie waits for the next. Here she is. Outside for a ball. Comes in here, they'd love to sweep. They think it's a must to take 3 out of 4. They start the day 3 behind the Redbirds. Ozzie pops it foul off to the left. The Mets playing at Philadelphia come in 2 games behind. Cardinals looking for their 92nd victory of the season. They start the evening 91-64. Still throwing hard in the bullpen. 2-2 delivery. McGaffigan to Ozzie Smith. Outside, just missed, full count. The on-deck man. Third baseman is back. Everybody straight away on a payoff pitch. Here it comes to the Cardinals shortstop. He walked. So Ozzie reaches for the 4th time in this game. 2 walks and a pair of singles. Well, he has become one of the toughest outs in the league, Jack.
Yes, sir, Mike. A lot of walks, steals bases when he gets on. Swiped one here earlier, drove in 73 runs, batting over 300.
It would be nice to have another tally or 2.
That's the good thing about that video of Ozzie's. It highlights his offense as well as his defense.
And it's been highlighted here this evening. His hit-and-run single in the 6th set up the Cardinal run. It moved Coleman from 1st to 3rd, and then Tom Herr got the sacrifice fly. A couple of throws to 1st. Ozzie's back in safely on both. Tommy Herr waits at the dish. They give Tommy Herr right center. If he could get one up there into the wall, that would score Ozzie. The pitch, swinging a line foul out of play off to the left. Strike 1.
Mike, the Toronto Magic number over Detroit is 4. Milwaukee leads at Toronto 2-1 after 4, and Detroit at home leads 5-0 after 4 over Baltimore. So they might keep that number right there at 4 and move within a game and a half of the lead.
And the Redbirds with a win here could reduce their Magic number possibly to 3. Here's the pitch, Snup instead of toss to 1st.
We'll repeat that the Mets did not score in the top of the 5th, and Phillies lead 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Carmen against Sid Fernandez in relief of David Cone.
Here we're in the bottom of the 8th. The Cardinals lead Montreal 1-0. Ozzie's at first. He has that look about him. Not running, pitch out, nothing doing. 1-1. McGaffigan in relief of Dennis Martinez. Martinez did a fine job going 7 innings and giving the Cardinals only 1 run. Andy McGavigan got the first two, struck out McGrain. Coleman grounded to the second baseman. Ozzy's walked, and now it's her waiting for the 1-1. Here it is. Swing and a shot right at the shortstop. That takes care of her and the Cards, and it sets the scene for the night. As we go to the ninth, the big three will bat for the Expos. Brooks, Wallach, and Galarraga. McGrain goes to the hill. After 8, Cards 1, Expos nothing.
It's 8:02 here at WGEN, and the bidding will continue until the end of Game 1. So far, we have the highest bid of $135 for 2 tickets to the Cards-Mets games this Saturday, plus a hotel room for 2 and breakfast for 2 in St. Louis. And if you would like to make a bid on that, all you have to do is top $135 and call me at 944-4635. That's 944-4635 for this Cardinal baseball package Saturday in St. Louis.
First pitch to Eubie Brooks, ball 1. Low and away. We're underway in the ninth. Cardinals leading 1-0. Got the game's only run in the 6th. Brooks a home run threat, and he's 1 for 3 tonight. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Joe McGrain on the hill. He's allowed 3 hits. He's walked 2, fanned 5. He has pitched 3 complete games, 1 shutout. Has a record of 1-2 against the Expos. He's trying to even that. Worrell's in the bullpen. Brooks will be pumping. Here's the pitch to the leadoff man in the ninth, and a bouncing ball to her. A big hop. He has it. The throw. 1 out. Let's pause for identification as Tim Wallach, their biggest home run hitter and their biggest RBI man, comes up. He's had a single and a double. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Guards the line. Here's the pitch to Wallach. Swing and a ground ball to the left side. Pendleton short hops the ball. Throws. He's out. 2 out. Pendleton bobbled it for a moment. Threw low. Dreesen reached out and got it. And the Cardinals are 1 out away from lowering their magic number, their winning number, to 3 with regard to Montreal, with a chance to do more damage against them later this evening. And listen to this crowd. After 5 innings at Philadelphia, the Phillies lead New York by the score of 3-0. And the batter is the old Cardinal nemesis, Andres Galarraga. He's hit into a force out. He lined out to left. He grounded out to third. He could let the air out of the balloon. There are 2 out. Right-handed batter, power hitter, has 13 home runs. First pitch to him. Swing and a fly ball into right. Go get it, Kurt Ford at the track. And that's the winner. And the magic number is 4. 4. With regard to Montreal, it's 3. What a game. What a game by Joe McGrain, Mike.
Unbelievable, Pat. He shuts out Montreal on just 3 hits. And his teammates are mobbing him out on the mound.
And hello again, everybody, from Busch Stadium. We're a standing room only crowd set in on a real thriller in the opener. Cardinals wanted by the score of 1-0. A walk to Coleman in the 6th inning. A hit and run single by Ozzie Smith and a fly ball by Tom Herr. And shutout pitching by Joe McGrain. And now you want to know how the Phillies are doing. They're batting in the bottom of the 7th at Philadelphia, and the Phillies lead New York by the score of 3-0. The umpires arrive on the scene for this one, and it'll be another left-hander. Greg Matthews for the Cardinals, trying to match McGrain's heroics in the first game against another curveball pitcher, Bryn Smith, a right-hander. We'll have the starting lineups in 1 minute. The umpires move around. Dave Pallone will work the plate. Lee Wire, the crew chief, at first. Dutch Rennert at second base, and then Montague had a couple of arguments early on, but then apparently worked a very fine game. Montague umpiring at third. The lineups have changed very little. For Montreal, Raines, Webster, Brooks, Wallach, Galarraga, Nichols, Fitzgerald, Candell, and Smith. It's Tim Raines in left field. The Cardinals were fortunate to shut him out in the first game. Mitch Webster is in right field, batting second. Hubie Brooks at short. Tim Wallach at third base. Batting in the fourth spot at Andres Galarraga, Galarraga. Galarraga playing first base. Reed Nichols is again in center field. Mike Fitzgerald catching. Casey Candell, Candaele. Casey Candell playing second base and batting eighth. Gives them a little more speed in the lineup. Bryn Smith on the mound, a right-hander, a curveball pitcher, 10-8 on the year, 1-2 this year against the Cardinals, and 8-7 lifetime against St. Louis. Raines, Webster, and Brooks, Wallach, Galarraga, and Nichols, Fitzgerald, Candell, and Smith. Greg Matthews comes down out of the Cardinal bullpen, and he'll be pitching for the Cardinals. Redbird lineup is Coleman, Smith, Herr, Dreesen, McGee, and Pendleton. John Morris in right, Pena catching, wearing glasses for the first time, and Greg Matthews on the mound. After 7 innings now, after 7, the Phillies lead New York by the score of 3-0. Here's the Cardinal lineup. Vince Coleman in left, Ozzie Smith at short, and Tom Herr at second. Dan Dreesen playing first base, Willie McGee in center, Terry Pendleton at third. He made 2 sparkling plays in the opener. John Morris in right field did not play in the first game. Steve Lake caught the first game. Tony Pena's catching this one. He's batting eighth. Here come the Cardinals. Here are the crowd. Greg Matthews on the mound, 10-11. 0-1 this year, 1-1 last year, 1-2 lifetime against Montreal on the play-by-play in a minute. Shannon's going to tell you about the action as Greg Matthews warms up. Tony Pena behind the plate. Pendleton, Smith, Herr, and Dreesen on the infield. Coleman, McGee, and John Morris in the outfield. I was in the Cardinal clubhouse between games. Very somber. Not unhappy, but they are a professional group just going about their business. They'll leave the excitement to the fans, and the fans are having a ball. A broadcast authorized under rights granted by the St. Louis National Baseball Club Incorporated, solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and account of this game without the express written consent of the Cardinals is prohibited. Montreal had whipped the Cardinals the last 5 times. Redbirds ended that with a 1-0 victory. Skipping over that game, Montreal had a chance in the first and a walk and a single first and third, nobody out, but Wallach was struck out by McGrain, and Galarraga hit one just within the reach of Herr. They went down in order in the second. Cardinals, Smith made an error in the third. McGrain pitched around that, a leadoff single in the fourth. They went down after that, went down in order in the fifth. The 2-out double by Wallach in the sixth, but Galarraga was retired on a scintillating play by Pendleton. A walk to Nichols, then a double play in the seventh, and then McGrain retired the last 8 in a row, and the Cardinals won it 1-0. And one of the reasons they were able to win it was they kept this fellow off base in the first game, Mike.
0 for 4, Tim Raines was in the first. He leads it off as we go to the nightcap. Matthews into the wind. First pitch. Over but low. Ball 1. 1 down, but a big one here to go. They're straight away for Raines in the outfield. They're shortened up on the left side a bit as Pendleton is even with the base in the sliding pit. Matthews fires. Upstairs, ball 2. This fellow just will not chase a bad delivery. Raines, 18 home runs, 67 RBIs, batting average of .327 with 50 stolen bases. 2-0, he pops it up. In foul ground, a chance for Dreesen by the Cardinal dugout. Close play. Pena dives in the dugout. The ball goes off his glove, and it's safe. He did not catch it. He went right into the camera over there. They're televising this game, and Pena, with his new eyeglasses, dived right in. Tony is wearing those glasses as he catches. Tough play for both Dreesen and Pena. That Pena, I'll tell you, he's not having the best year ever, but it hasn't slowed him down at all. He dived right in the dugout after that pop-up. Raines has the life. He gets back in. It's a 2-1 count. Matthews is an 11-game winner. He winds. Time called just as he started to work. Matthews 0-1 this year, 1-1 last year, and 1-2 lifetime while working against Montreal. He throws low, and it's 3-1. Cardinals won the first one 1-0. Behind Joe McGrain's fourth complete game and his second shutout. Raines leading it off on a 3-1, swings and lines it into right. There's John Morris back and to his right. He has it. Raines is 0 for 5 tonight. It'll bring in Mitch Webster.
Batting second, number 23, right fielder Mitch Webster.
Webster 0 for 3 with a walk in the first game. Reached on an error also and was stranded.
Mike, did we say what a fine game Martinez pitched to that opener?
Yeah, I did, Jack. It was a heck of a ball game. 7 innings, only 1 run. And he got in trouble when he walked Vince Coleman. Here's a strike to Webster. First time he's lost in the month of September. Dennis Martinez. Webster swings, pops it in shallow left center. Out goes Ozzie, backpedaling. He has, and that guy is everywhere. Like one of those little water spiders. Just goes every which way. And backs out to take Webster's pop-up. And it brings in Hubie Brooks. Top 3 in their lineup have really been hot coming into this series, but Brooks was the only one able to get a base hit in the first game. His single in the first to set up the best scoring opportunity that Montreal had. Bats with nobody on, 2 down, and takes a let up in at the knees. A called strike 1. Here's the next by the card lefty. Fastball just missed inside. 1-1. Brooks holds that bat high over his right shoulder, swings and pops it deep into right. John Morris stands beneath it. He's there and he has it. In the bottom of the 8th now at Philadelphia. New York at Philadelphia. The Phillies are batting in the bottom of the 8th, and Philadelphia leads the Mets 3-0. Here, it's 3 up and 3 down. Cardinals come to bat, no score. Well, to the mound goes Bryn Smith. Smith is 110. He's lost 8 for Montreal this season. Against the Cardinals, he's 1-2 this year, 1-1 last year, and he's 8-7 lifetime. I'd like to say hello to a very good Cardinal fan listening in tonight, Mr. Marion Strickland. Vince Coleman 0 for 3 in the first game, but he walked in the 6th, went to 3rd on a hit-and-run single by Ozzie, and scored on a sacrifice fly by Tommy Herr. And the Redbirds won that game 1-0 behind Joe McGrain. So Coleman leads it off here in the first for the Cards. Montreal went down in order. Bryn Smith winds and fires. Fastball is a strike over the outside corner. Dave Pallone's the home plate umpire. Big gap in right center for Vince. He's hitting .293. Fakes a bunt and takes a ball. Curveball came way inside on him, 1-1. Even though Vince doesn't bunt, if he fakes it, that's good enough. Wallach way in at third. Shortstop Brooks way in the hole. The pitch. Swing and a miss on a let-up. 1-1. Galarraga cheats in a bit at first also. Now Vince in the hole, 1-2 with that swing. Bryn Smith gets his sign, goes to the wind and pumps. Swing and a foul. Back to the screen. Phillies batting in the 8th. They lead the Mets 3-0. All the way for Philadelphia is Don Corman. Cone, the starter, knocked out in the 4th. Here's a pitch low to Vince, and it's even now 2-2. Dodgers lead Houston 4-1 in the bottom of the 4th at Houston. Giants about to get underway at San Diego. Chicago at Pittsburgh. Rained out. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. I bet you the Cubs are happy about that. Coleman takes low, and it's a full count. Cincinnati won today. They beat Atlanta 5-4. And we'll run over the American League scores for you as we go along here. Vince leading it off. He's run the count 3-2. And here's that payoff pitch. Swing and a little roller to the shortstop. Brooks gets a big hop, throws on the run, and takes care of Coleman. 1 away. Milwaukee's playing at Toronto. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brewers lead that ball game 5-3. Surhoff has hit his 7th home run of the year for the Brewers. Mosby's hit his 25th. And now another is 26th of the year. Here's Ozzie. What a first game he had. On base all 4 times. Set up the winning run with a hit-and-run single. He was 2 for 2 with 2 walks. Takes a strike. Detroit is bombing Baltimore 9-1 in the 7th inning. Madlock, a homer, is 14th, and Lemon is 19th. Here's a foul off to the right. They're in the 9th now at Philadelphia. The Mets are batting, and Philadelphia leads 3-0. Cardinals won the opener 1-0. Bat here in the 2nd game, bottom of the 1st. Nobody on, 1 out, and Ozzie's 0-2. Schmidt brings it home. Pop foul out of play. Ozzie's hitting .303 as he bats now. All kinds of scenarios left with the magic number, but the optimistic scenario that we'd like to see is Cardinals could clinch here tomorrow night. A lot of things have to happen, but Ozzie on an 0-2 swings, hits it up the middle. Second baseman Candell gets it and throws. Got him. Good play by Casey Candell. It's Wallach, Brooks, Candell, and Galarraga on the infield. Raines, Nichols, and Webster in the outfield. Smith and Fitzgerald the battery.
Covered some ground on that play, Mike.
Guy can play everywhere, too, Casey Candell. Here's Tommy Earl. Continue the rest of the scores in the American League. Boston's playing at Yankee Stadium. Home run, grand slam by Mattingly, his 6th of the season. That's such a major league record. And the Yankees lead the Red Sox 5-0 in the bottom of the 7th at Yankee Stadium. Chicago leads California 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. In the Windy City, Herr swings and grounds it to Candell to his left. He scoops and throws, and the Cardinals go down in order 1-2-3. Texas leads Minnesota. Oh, no, it's tied now 3-3 in the 4th at Texas. Kansas City 2-1 over Seattle in the bottom of the 4th. Jackson, a home run, his 22nd of the year. Cleveland plays at Oakland a little later on. Here, after 1 inning, 0-0. Up at Philadelphia, Rafael Santana has led off the 9th inning by grounding to Samuel. Now Lee Mazzilli.
Lee Mazzilli pinned the right fielder against the wall. There are 2 out in the top of the 9th at Philadelphia.
And And the Phillies lead the Mets 3-0. Here we go to the second. It's Tim Wallach at the dish. Wallach hitting .298. He was 2 for 4 in the first ball game. He's hit 24 homers, has 117 RBIs. The pitch. Outside on the corner, a strike call. 0-2. 0-2 delivery. Matthews to Wallach. Swing and a foul tip back to the screen. Nobody on. 2 down at Philadelphia. Phillies lead 3-0 in the ninth. And hopefully we'll have that final here for you in seconds. Matthews gets another sign. Goes to the wind and fires. Inside, just missed.
The magic number is 3.
Philadelphia beat the Mets 3-0. Wallach steps out as this crowd is on their feet, applauding the Philadelphia win. There's the pitch to Wallach. Outside. Ball 2. 2-2. Now the magic number 3 against Philadelphia. 3 against both the Mets and Montreal. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a shot foul past third as Wallach had to throw his bat at that one. So the magic number 3 could be down to 2 against New York and 1 against the Expos if the Cardinals can win this second game. And a possibility tomorrow night to pop the champagne. Big game here. Matthews and Bryn Smith are hooked up. 0-0. Each club went down in order in the first. 2-2 pitch to Wallach. Swinging another foul as he throws his bat to the mound. Wallach, with that bad hand, has trouble holding on to that bat. He's all banged up. Has a big bandage on his left leg, bandage on his left wrist, hands bothering him. No time to rush now, though. He's back in and set. Matthews gets a sign. Long look to get it. Now he rocks back and brings it home. Swinging a pop-up. It's foul, and it's going to go out of play into the seats. This could be a big evening here in St. Louis. One big win already tucked away. Yet another 2-2. Matthews to Wallach. Change up, swing and a miss. He throws the bat back to the mound again. This time it hits Matthews and he tried to jump it. But he's out on strikes as Matthews once again flips the bat back into it. When he let it loose this time, it went straight back to the mound. Matthews tried to jump it, and it caught the back heel. He's all right, though. Now time called as Terry Pendleton has to remove an object from the field. He does so. And we're back to action. Here's Andres Galarraga. Strong right-handed hitter. Looks at a changeup low. Standing room only here tonight. They're deep and straight away. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with the changeup. McGee, Morris deep straight away in the outfield. Same on the infield as Galarraga waits for the 1-1. Looks at it way outside and high. Pendleton, Smith, Herr, Threesen on the infield. Pena and Matthews the battery here in this second game. Here's the next to Galarraga. Swing and a miss. He chased a bad ball high outside. We've got adult T-shirt night coming. It's going to be October the 1st. Tell you about that as we wait for the 2-2 pitch to Galarraga. Nobody on, one away. Long look as Greg now has the one he wants and pitches. Swing and a foul back, man. He challenged him with a fastball. That October the 1st date is this Thursday. And if you're one of the first 35,000 fans, 16 and over with a paid admission, you can take home a good-looking Ringer T-shirt with the Cardinal logo in the corner. Adult T-shirt night. Galarraga takes it low, full count. Thursday night, adult T-shirt night. Three-two delivery. Matthews to Galarraga. Swing and a pop-up into center. There's Willie McGee. He had 5 in a row, retired by Matthews. A couple of good promotions coming. That adult T-shirt night is Thursday night, and then Saturday against the Mets, it's Jacket Day for the kids. First 20,000, 15 and under, they'll take home that free Cardinal windbreaker. Jacket Day is sponsored by Energizer Batteries and Courtyard by Marriott. Thursday is adult T-shirt night, and Saturday is Jacket Day for the kids. Nobody on, 2 away as Reed Nichols, the center fielder, stands in. He's hitting .275. Played the first game, was 0 for 2. Fastball is high. Ball 1. Pendleton guards the line as a changeup is low. It's 2-0. Bill McMahon down from Champaign, Illinois. On a 2-0, Reed Nichols swings and lines it into the corner and left. It goes foul, just foul. So he'll make the long walk back. We owe you a station break. Let's take it now. With nobody on, 2 away. Reed Nichols has to make the long walk back. He's in the hole. Or excuse me, he's out in front, 2-1. And this is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Once again, we'll reiterate. Cardinals won the first game 1-0 behind Joe McGrain. He went the distance, picked up his second shutout, and Philadelphia defeated the New York Mets 3-0. Magic number has dwindled. It's down to 3 with the Mets, 2 with these Expos. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up into left. 3 is the magic number with both clubs. Coleman makes the catch. 6 in a row, retired by Matthews after an inning and a half. Cards will send in Dreesen, McGee, and Pendleton. It's 0-0.
For Busch Beer, here's Hoyt Axton, heading for the mountains.
I was traipsing through the woods the other day. I had a bag of pretzels under my chin, a deck of cards in my pocket, and 2 kegs of cold Busch Beer under my arms. You never know when thirst will strike. Now, I'd only wandered about 60 miles when I came upon an unbelievable sight. Standing there before my eyes were Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and the abominable snowman. Each one was about 100 feet tall. They had beady little eyes and menacing like fangs. They started eyeing my smooth Busch Beer. Said if I didn't give it to them, they'd have to eat me right there on the spot. Now, that didn't sound too appetizing to me, folks, so I suggested a friendly game of cards instead. Turns out the big guys like to gamble, but they'd never played Old Maid before, so I won hands down. Well, I was so happy I decided to share some of my Cold Bush beer after all, and the boys even agreed to pose for a picture. Wouldn't you know it, I was out of film.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Smith goes back to the mound. He shut the Cards down in order in the first inning. Tomorrow night here, possibility the Cardinals could clinch their third divisional title in the last 6 years. It'll be Pascual Perez, 6-0 against Bob Force, 11-6. Well, you heard us talking about Ozzie Smith. The movie had their premiere yesterday. It's a special 45-minute video cassette capturing the exciting spirit of everyone's favorite Redbird shortstop. It's now available at the Sports Hall of Fame, at the stadium, and will be available at your favorite retail video outlet in mid-October. Ozzie the Movie is sponsored by Best Beverages. It's produced by the same people who brought you the St. Louis Cardinals the movie. Features an intimate look at the Wizard of Oz at home with his family, talking baseball and talking about life. And, of course, on the field, working his magic game after game. You can order your copy now by sending a check for $28.95. That includes tax and handling to the Cardinals, or I'll give you a toll-free number. Dreesen leads it off here in the second inning. First pitch is low. The toll-free number is 1-800-451-7020. Dreesen swings and misses. 1-800-451-7020. 451-7020. Dreesen swings and misses again. He's in the hole, 1-2. So you can bring the Wizard into your own home with Ozzie the Movie. Give it as a gift, anything you wish. It may be a treasure for years to come. Ball 2 outside. Here's that toll-free number again, 1-800-451-7020. Dreesen pops one foul, and he stays alive. Ozzie the Movie on sale now. Dreesen leading it off here in a scoreless game in the second. Nothing but zeros on the board. Curve inside, full count. Dreesen hitting .250, has a home run, 8 RBIs. Bren Smith gets his sign, goes to the line. Here it is, swinging a line drive into the left field corner. It is foul. I mean by inches foul. Woo. That thing couldn't have been more than 3 inches foul. Third base umpire, Ed Montague, right on it too, man. He was on the move. And that ball hit, what, 2 inches? 2 inches.
That's right, Mike, and you're right about the umpire. He was on the dead run out toward left field. Got a very good look at it. That's the way Dreesen used to hit so effectively when he was at his peak with Cincinnati.
He's back in, and Smith brings another payoff pitch. Swinging a foul. He stays alive. McGee waits next. Standing room only here tonight, and boy, did they have some fun in the first game. McGrain shut him out on 3 hits, and the Cards won it 1-0. Dreesen swings and lines it deep into center. Back goes Nichols, and he makes the catch. Boy, he hit it hard, but right at the center fielder. Dreesen hit the ball on the nose twice in the first game.
Number 51, center fielder Willie McGee.
Well, Willie didn't get any hits in the first game, but his defense was, as usual, superb. He robbed Tim Raines of an extra base hit, maybe an inside the park home run. That thing would have gotten by Willie and gone to the center field wall. Raines could have circled the bases. Curveball is in the dirt, ball 1 to Willie. Crowd finally settling in here. They were on pins and needles in the first game. Here's the next to Willie McGee. Over but low, ball 2. The Expos didn't like that call. Big gap in right center for Willie. 2-0 pitch. Low again, ball 3. I hope our man Colin Jarrett can make it through the next night or two. He's into the Tums jar, has no fingernail. Willie will take on 3-0. He does. Oh, strike called outside corner. Here's the next to McGee. A strike in at the knee. Malone is the pitcher's umpire tonight. He went full on Dreesen and got him to line out. Now a 3-2 to Willie. Swing and a foul out of play. They're making Smith work, I'll say that here in this inning. Willie, as he stands in, is batting .287 with 11 home runs and 104 RBIs. He's ready. So is Bryn Smith. Gets his sign and brings home yet another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it, a foul tip. That one fells the Expo catcher Mike Fitzgerald. Dreesen fouled off a couple 3-2s. So is Willie. Cards won, Mets lost. Magic number 3 to each club. Win here would put it down to 2 for New York and 1 for Montreal. We'd cinch a tie with Montreal. Two pitch. Swinging a ground ball. The second baseman Candell backs up, gloves and throws. He gets it. That's 5 in a row, shut down by Bryn Smith.
Third baseman Terry Pendleton.
Matthews is shut down 6 in a row. It's one good thing about playing the guys that are chasing you. If you beat him, that magic number disappears in a hurry. It goes by 2s. Here's Terry Pendleton. He wore the collar in the first game, takes a strike as he looks at a fastball here in the second inning. Terry, 12 home runs and 95 RBIs. Each year like to get 5 more and have a 100 RBI season. He'd be the third Cardinal to do so if he can. Clark has already passed it, and so has McGee. They're deep. Give Pendleton right center the pitch. Swing and a miss on a changeup, 0-2. Pitching is the name of the game here this evening. LaGreen bested Martinez in a thriller in the first. half swing and a foul keeps Pendleton alive. And here in the second game, no one has been able to reach base. We're in the bottom of the second, nobody on, 2 away. Don Carmen went the distance and shut out the Mets tonight. That really helped. 0-2, Terry jumps back from one inside.
Carmen pitched to only 28 batters, Mike.
Very nice. Pendleton swings, grounds it to Candell. He's been busy. Gloves and throws on the run. It's 3 up and 3 down. That's the 4th chance for Candell. After 2, it's 0-0.
We go into the third inning. There have been no base runners. And Greg Matthews, the Cardinal left-hander, trying to duplicate the effort of Joe McGrain, pitches to Mike Fitzgerald, the catcher, and throws it high, ball 1. The bottom 3 in the order: Fitzgerald, Casey Candell, and then the pitcher, Bryn Smith, who's not a bad hitter. Into the windup is Matthews. He throws low, and it's ball 2. Matthews, a record of 10-11, 0-1 this year against Montreal, and 1-2 during his career. Pendleton at a deep third base, and there's a strike call. Fitzgerald showed a bunt, but took the strike. 2-1. Cardinals won the opener, 1-0. Their magic number is 3. As the Cardinals beat Montreal, the Phillies beat New York. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a high pop foul, and a play for Pendleton right in front of the Montreal dugout. 1 out. Pendleton went right to the top step and backhanded the ball off the bat of Fitzgerald, and Candell will come up with the bases empty, 1 out. Apparently, judging from the ticket sales for the forthcoming games, Montreal tomorrow night and Thursday night, and New York Friday, and again Saturday afternoon and Sunday, apparently the Cardinals will go over the 3 million mark Saturday. Here's the pitch to Candell. Ball 1. Candell is a good deal like Oquendo on the Cardinal club. He's a little fella, switch hitter. 5'8", 160, C-A-N-D-A-E-L-E, Candell. Batting right, he hits it foul, and it's 1-1. Candell is from California. He plays everywhere, plays the outfield, including center field, and he can play any of the infield position. He's batting .273 with 1 home run. They play him to the opposite field. With the bases empty and 1 out, here's a foul to the right side again. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitcher, Bryn Smith, waits on deck. Happy 21st birthday to Christopher Humes, here with his family and friends celebrating a birthday, and he hasn't missed a home game in 1987. The pitch, and it just missed inside. Matthews tried to get him out with a breaking pitch. Oh, hi to Lou and Judy Humes, and happy birthday to Christopher. 2-2 the count. The pitch, swing, and up the middle, and Ozzie, oh, he got it. He throws, he's out. What a play. I was about to say, Ozzie can't get it. It came up. He was racing to his left, and he took a base hit away from Casey Candell. And even though the Cardinals made 3 errors in winning the opener, the defense here has been outstanding. McGee, Smith, Pendleton, they've made some plays. Bryn Smith bats. He's had 9 out of 42. A right-handed batter. Cardinals in their third will have the bottom 3, Morris, Pena, and Matthews. We're in the top of the third, no score. Greg Matthews delivers. Swing and a fly ball will end this inning. It's a fair ball. It's going to be caught by Dreesen. Down in order to go the Expos after 2.5, no score. With the third no score, Cardinals won the first game 1-0. Alderman Marty Abusi for the city of St. Louis, 9th Ward, a real good Cardinal fan. He's wearing that 82 championship jacket. How'd you hang on to that? I keep losing those things.
Well, a real good friend of mine bought this for me for Christmas after the Cardinals won the World Series in 1982.
There's some sight here tonight, isn't it?
Fantastic. It's exciting for everyone here, and it's great for the city.
How long have you been an alderman from the 9th?
I've been an alderman for 11 years.
And the 9th is South St. Louis in the Anheuser-Busch Brewery area.
Yes, it's the Anheuser-Busch Brewery area. Takes in part of the Soulard, Tower Grove East, Benton Park areas.
Looks like we're going to hit $3 million on Saturday. What do you think of that?
Well, I think it's fantastic when you look at what we have to draw off compared to the East and West Coast. It shows that our fans have supported this team and they appreciate Anheuser-Busch's ability to put a good product out.
And you know what? They like us on the road, too. The Cardinals have set a National League record. They have drawn 2,797,000 here. And on the road, they set a National League record, 2,329,000.
Well, they've got an exciting team, but I think overall baseball has set an attendance record this year.
Yeah, they reached the 50 million mark.
Yes, I know that.
Well, what do you think, Marty? We're going to win it all?
Hopefully we're going to win it all. Tonight's the start of an exciting
something more definitive than hopefully.
We're going to win it. We're going to get to the World Series. That's the important thing. But right now, the important thing is winning this game.
You're right. Good to see you.
Good to see you, and thank you.
Marty Abusi, a really good Cardinal fan. Here's John Morris leading off. Kurt Ford played the first game in right field. Ball one from Bryn Smith, the right-hander. Morris looks at ball too low. And Pena will follow, and then Matthews. Pena in the on-deck circle adjusting his eyeglasses. Here's the pitch to Morris. And a strike. A fastball whistled past the hitter. Bryn Smith is 10-8. 1-2 this year against the Cardinals. 8-7 lifetime. He's a curveball pitcher, and he doesn't walk very many. Swing and a ball up the middle. Second baseman gets another one. Candell throws Morris out at first. Listen to this. There have been 7 putouts. And the shortstop is thrown out, or the second baseman's thrown out 5 of them. Greg Matthews, the Cardinal pitcher, has retired 9 in a row, and only one of them has been on the ground, and that took a great play by Ozzie. Here's Pena wearing eyeglasses and wearing a .210 batting mark. Steve Lake caught the first game, so this is the first we've seen of Tony this evening. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Swing and a ground ball foul off to the right side. Pena 5 home runs, 41 RBIs. Well, who's got the steam left to win this one after that tense opener? Crowd a great deal more quiet. They wore themselves out watching the game and the scoreboard. And they learned that the Phillies beat the Mets 3-0 tonight. Let's check on that American League race. Toronto went into the evening leading Detroit by 2.5. Their magic number 4. Detroit beat Baltimore 10-1. 10-1 Detroit. Pena a ground ball to third and a big hop to Wallach out at first. And there have been no base runners in this game. We're in the bottom of the third, 2 out, and the pitcher is up, Greg Matthews. New York beat Boston 6-0. After 7 at Toronto, Milwaukee leads 5-3. So Toronto has to come from behind or see their lead dwindle to a game and a half, and the magic numbers stay at 4 in the American League. Matthews has come to be a pretty fair hitter. Has 12 hits. Doesn't try to overpower the ball. Takes ball 1 low. If the Cardinals can beat the Expos in this one, they'll clinch at least a tie against Montreal. Knock the magic number down to 1. Here's a swing and a foul by Matthews. And if they do that, the New York Mets, having lost tonight, would be 3.5 out. Their magic number would be down to 2. The magic number is 3 right now. When the evening is over, it'll either be 3 or 2. Matthews takes a breaking ball inside, 2-1. Cardinals have a tough customer to battle tomorrow night. Bob Porsche is the Cardinal pitcher, 11-6 against Pascual Perez. Matthews takes the ball, 3-1. Perez is 6-0. And he has been pitching brilliantly since coming up from Indianapolis. He's the opponent tomorrow. 7:35 game, 7:20 dugout. Hi to the folks in Pittsfield, Illinois. WBBA is their station. There's a strike. Throwing strikes is ordinarily not a problem for this pitcher. 3-2. New York beat Boston 6-0. A 4-hitter by Hudson. Matthews fouled. Grand slam by Mattingly, his 6th of the year, and that is a major league record. Jim Gentile and Ernie Banks had held the record. After 7, the White Sox lead the Angels 1-0. Minnesota already clinched their division. They lead 4-3 in the 5th to Texas. Seattle and Kansas City 2-2 in the 5th. Cleveland and California later, and a fly ball foul out of play. Off the bat of Matthews keeps him up there. A lot of ground balls against this pitcher. Only one man, Dreesen, got the ball up in the air. 7 ground balls out of 8 putouts. You know what that means, don't you? His pitchers are down and moving.
One of the greatest lines I think I ever heard was from Jim Bunny. Guy asked him why hitters were better high ball hitters than low ball hitters.
Here's the 3-2 pitch to Matthews. Swing and a ball up the middle. Candel's going to throw out another.
Harry, this is not going to be a good day.
How's that, Vince?
We've got to slam this car into that solid concrete wall down there, and we're not
wearing safety belts. I know, but we can't buckle up, Vince. We're crash dummies. How else can we prove how safety belts save lives?
Well, it hasn't worked yet. Thousands keep dying every year in auto accidents.
But what'll happen if dummies like us stop caring?
Okay, you really know how to hurt a guy.
Break a leg.
You got it.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Advertising Council.
This game goes into the 4th inning scoreless, and the top of the order will be up for each team. We haven't had a base runner with Greg Matthews and Bryn Smith holding 4th. Cardinals won the first game 1-0. 1-3-3 for the Cardinals, 1-3-0 for Montreal. Each team left 5. McGrain beat Martinez. A leadoff walk to Vince Coleman in the 6th inning. A hit-and-run single by Smith sent Coleman to 3rd. A fly ball by Hurd drove in the game's only run, and then McGrain retired the last 8 in a row. Cardinals have been fortunate tonight to keep this fellow, Tim Raines, off base. He's been batting right-handed all night. He's hitting almost 400 from the right side, but he was 0 for 4 in the opener, and he flied to right to start this game. Greg Matthews, the pitcher. The ball in the dirt bounces away from Pena. And by the way, Steve Lake caught the first game and made some dandy plays behind the game. So Lake, Pendleton, Smith, and McGee have sparkled with the glove tonight. Is close to the line and in at 3rd. You don't know whether this fellow is going to bunt or hit a home run. Ball 2 way outside. From the left-hander, Matthews. Top of the order, Raines, Webster, and Brooks. And the pitch. Strike call. We have played 12 innings, 11 and a half innings, and there have been only 6 hits total for the evening. Matthews to Raines leading off. Swing and a ground ball, base hit to left. Well, you knew they wouldn't get him out all night. A leadoff single by Raines through the hole into left, and he has stolen 50 bases. Batter is Webster. 0 for 3 in the first game. Popped out in this one.
You know, as good as this Montreal lineup is, it sure is nice, especially in games like we've had here tonight, Jack, not to have Andre Dawson walking up there, isn't it? We had enough of him in Chicago.
We wish him well. A lead by the runner. Matthews pitches to Webster, and a swing and a miss on a changeup. Webster, a .283 hitter. He's hit 15 home runs. A switch hitter. Raines takes the lead. Pena's the catcher. There's a throw to first, and the runner gets back. Webster hits about the same average-wise from each side of the plate. Has more power left-handed. Here's another throw to try to get Raines. It's a leadoff hit in this inning. Raines with a leadoff hit in the 4th. And another throw to first, and they've got him picked off. Here's the throw to Ozzie, and they tag him out. A real slow kick of the leg by Matthews, and then a throw to Dreesen in the pickoff play.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business of stealing bases. His percentage is the best ever. He just doesn't get picked off very often or thrown out. In fact, he probably gets picked off more than he gets thrown out. And Matthews gave him a heck of a move there. He was frozen.
And then Dreesen played it well. He made Raines run. And while Raines was running towards second, he flipped the ball to Ozzie. There's one out. Here's the ball in the dirt. 1-1. Let's pause for identification. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Here's a fly ball into right center. Hit by Webster. Caught by McGee. Over to his left. Coming in a little bit. 2 out.
In fact, it's amazing to me that Tony Pena is catching and playing here. Then he put those eyeglasses on. And
first day he's worn the glasses.
Ever. He's, you know, you can criticize him all you want because he's had a terrible year. There's no doubt about it. But as far as his intestinal fortitude is concerned, it's been as strong as anyone on this club, if not stronger, going out there day in and day out having the kind of season he's had.
Matthews bounces one up there, ball 1.
You would think, well, say, I'll play, but I'm not going to wear these eyeglasses. I might get killed. Everything has to look considerably different to him. Like a new world.
There are 2 out here in the 4th as Hubie Brooks bats. He had a hit in the first game, fly to right in this one. Right-handed batter with power. He swings and fouls it off the mask of the catcher, and he was going for downtown. That one shook Pena up. 2 fillings came loose on that one. They might have got him on the shoulder.
I think after it smashed it, hit his shoulder. Hit his throwing arm.
1-1 to the batter, Hubie Brooks, and the pitch. Swinging a foul. The ball in on him. 1-2. Off of many hands. There's been only 1 run scored in this park all night. Cardinals will have the top of their order up in the bottom of this 4th inning. Pitch, swinging a foul. Hard hit into left. Underneath the Stadium Club, keeping it 1-2. Cardinals are now 5-10 against Montreal. A couple of more to play after tonight, Wednesday night and Thursday night at 7:35. Brooks swings and strikes out on a changeup and flings the bat away, then throws the helmet away. And frustration is set in for the Expos. No runs, 1 hit, the man picked off, nobody left. Coleman will lead it off in the 4th, no score.
One Bud Light.
Bartender, isn't that Blue Larry Blue?
The one and only.
My woman done let me say she's going to the store now. Been waiting for dinner since July of '64.
Man, nobody depresses me as much as Blue Larry.
I'm thinking she lied to me, mama, but only the man knows up above. 'Cause after 22 years of waiting, I lost my appetite for love.
Blue Larry's gonna take a break. I'd like to send this Bud Light backstage for Blue Larry Blue.
Blue Larry says light beer is light beer. That's why he's so severely blue.
But Bud Light's the light beer with the first name and taste.
Blue Larry gets extremely blue if he gets filled up.
It won't fill him up.
Okay.
Great.
Ask for Bud Light, because everything else is just a light.
Once again, the freight train of pain. Blue Larry Blue.
I just tried Bud Light and I'm happy as a lark. I'll never sing the blues again. Let's go dancing in the bar.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
So happy.
Do you like chili? Do you like to cook chili? There's a chili battle coming up. The 12th annual Missouri Chili Cook-Off, Saturday, October 17th at Monsanto in their world headquarters here in St. Louis. The event sponsored by Busch Beer, Chili Man Chili, Commerce Banks, KHTR Radio, KMOX Radio, and Pepsi-Cola. The Kidney Foundation will benefit from this. Call the Kidney Foundation, 863-5858. Register for the Chili Cook-Off on Saturday, October 17th. Let's listen to Ernie Hayes. Exciting baseball all year long, and Chevrolet has helped to bring it to you. Stop by your Mid-America Chevy dealer. Check out the Corsica, the Beretta, and the full-size Chevy truck. Check them out tomorrow. And see them all at your Mid-America Chevy dealers. Montreal plays a unique defense against Vince Coleman is leading off. The shortstop is in the hole. That is, he's only about 6 yards to the left of the third baseman, Wallach, who's on the line. The middle is wide open. They invite Coleman to hit it up there. Bryn Smith delivers. Ball one outside to Vince. He's 0 for 4 on the night with a walk, and he has scored the only run. Cardinals haven't had a base runner. Coleman has scored the only run of the evening, as the Cardinals won the first game 1-0. Pitch of the strike, and it's 1-1. Bryn Smith lately, and he's had a lot of arm problems and operations, has been a 5 or 6 inning pitcher. He's certainly strong here at the outset. The pitch to Coleman, swing and a fly ball into left. There is Raines waiting, and he has it for the out. That's the 10th man in a row retired by the pitcher, Bryn Smith. They do a pretty good job of getting Coleman out. Bryn Smith got Ozzie Smith out for the first time this evening in the first inning. In the opener, Smith had 2 singles, 2 walks, and a stolen base, and helped the Cardinals score the game's only run in the 6th with a hit-and-run single pass short. He's batting left-handed, and they give him right center. And a foul as Ozzie moved off of the plate and tried to poke it into left. .10-8 is this pitcher's record. And strike 2 slips in at the knees. Same sort of game we had in the opener. Smith has an earned run average of 4.36. Time is called. Smith has had 25 starts, 2 complete games, no shutouts. He's allowed 16 home runs, 144 innings, 161 hits. He's doing better than that tonight. And only 26 walks all year. Inside Ozzie, 1-2. Bottom of the 4th, no score. Another to the Cardinals shortstop. Just missed low outside. R.J. Krause, who does a lot for the youngsters over in East St. Louis with their ball clubs and all, has a group of 99 here at the ballpark. Foul by Ozzie. Still 2-2. Cardinals can't let up or relax after winning that first game. The magic number is 3, but sometimes those last victories are very difficult to obtain, and the Cardinals have an undefeated hurler to contend with tomorrow night in Pascual Perez. Bob Forsch goes for the Cards. Smith waiting. Inside, ball 3. Detroit won their game tonight by the score of 10-1 over Baltimore. And Toronto's batting in the bottom of the ninth, trailing Bozio and Milwaukee 5-3. Smith walks. Smith walks Smith. A sinker ball on a 3-2 count. And Ozzie laid off.
Second baseman, Tom Hurd.
1 on, 1 out for Tom Hurd. Manager Buck Rogers on our dugouts, though, said that he thought that his ball club could not afford to lose 2 games in this series, in the entire series. He said we can barely afford to lose 1. They go home and play the Cubs the final 3 after playing here Wednesday night and Thursday night. And as the Cubs play at Montreal, you know who plays here, the New York Mets. Here's the pitch to her, high ball 1. The Mets, after playing in Philadelphia tomorrow night, and then Dwight Gooden is scheduled to pitch, will have a day off on Thursday, so they'll be in town Thursday and play here Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon. With a proper combination, the Cardinals could clinch it as early as tomorrow night. Runner at first, the pitch is strike, and it's 1-1. Ozzie swiped a base in the opener, giving him 40. He's had some wonderful figures this year. 73 runs batted in, a batting mark over 300, 40 stolen bases. He takes his lead. Fitzgerald is the catcher. Smith throws to first. 1-1 to her. He's 0 for 4 in the night, but he's driven in the game's only run. Ozzie has a fair-sized lead. A look over there. Long look. Still looking. Time called. Lots of red here tonight, but some of the folks aren't wearing red. I thought everybody was supposed to wear red if they came here to root for the Cardinals. Called again. One on, 1 out. Another pitch, and it's low for ball 2. To thank Chuck Bauer and Color Associates here in St. Louis. They printed up a lot of those I Believe signs that are around town. We got one hanging out in front of our booth here. A lot of people have been faint of heart about the Cardinals' chances. There's a leisurely toss to first. Even though the Cardinals were out in front, they weren't scoring many runs, and a lot of people were shaky in their faith in the ball club. They still are, I guess. Runner at first with 1 out. Here's Ozzie running, and a swing and a foul past first. Look at it. When I said that, a lot of people shaky in their belief. Collins sitting over there shaking his head. No. My golly, he gave up on this thing 20 different times. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco. You remember him in San Francisco, Mike?
4 in a row, he said. This club is finished. We gave him his chance in Chicago. He blew it.
Runner at first, one out. Tom Herb battling Bryn Smith. Here's the pitch. Swinging a long one into the right field area. Back at the track. This ball's going to be caught by Webster. Tommy fell short about 5-6 feet out there as he pulled the ball and tried to get it in the corner or off the wall or out of the park. It was caught by Webster. He's a good outfielder, 2 out. And Webster was with Toronto, and they had so many good slugging outfielders there that he didn't get much of a chance to play. And Montreal picked up a gem when they got him.
They picked up a few free agents. Reed Nichols, guy that's pitching tomorrow. Martinez, who pitched the first game.
The batter's Dan Dreesen, lined out to center his first time. Throw to first where Smith occupies the base. Smith drew a walk here, and the Cardinals are looking for their first hit. Takes a long one by Dreesen to get Smith home from first. Here he comes, and it's over but low, ball 1. Smith pitching as well as Martinez, McGrain, and Matthews have all pitched tonight. Check on the runner and the pitch to the plate. A changeup and a swing and a miss. Oh, we've seen some good pitching tonight.
So did the Mets.
So did the Mets. A one-hitter by Carmen. Here's another throw to first base. That's what you say, and Mike, good pitching will stop good hitting every time. Vice versa,
right?
1 ball, 1 strike. To Dreesen with 2 out and McGee on deck. Montreal put a man on in the top of the 4th. He was picked off. Smith is running, comes back. There's a strike to Dreesen, and he's in the hole 1-2. Smith, a bearded right-hander, a curveball pitcher. Fastball, changeup. 10-8 his record. Pitching better than that tonight. Smith not running, and a ground ball up the middle to the second baseman. He has it and throws the batter out. So Candel has had 7 assists in 4 innings. Cardinals leave a man after the walk. We played 4, no score. Here's the first pitch to Tim Wallach in the 5th inning. Swinging at a high pop fly behind short. Ozzie goes out and wants it. Coleman stays away. 1 out, and there goes a tough hitter, Wallach. Wallach, who had fanned his first time, jumped on one and tried to loft it out of here. He popped it out, and up comes Galarraga. He took the collar in the first game, 0 for 4, and applied to center in this one, 0 for 1.
First baseman, Andres Galarraga.
Andres Galarraga. Right-handed batter, power to all fields. They play him accordingly, straight away. He's had mucho hits against the Cardinals this year. Demasiado. Too many. He's delivered some game winners. With 1 out, the first one is low. Galarraga is a big man. He has had 18 infield hits this year. He hits a lot of those little choppers. The pitch is swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Matthews, the pitcher, brings it in. Strike call, knee high, outside corner. And that puts the Cardinal lefty ahead on the count. Galarraga has had 26 hits in 15 games against the Cardinals. He was batting .473 against St. Louis at the start of the night. With 1 out, the pitch is just inside. 2-2. This fella hit a long long home run at New York, over 460 feet. Swings and lifts it high in the air for John Morris in right field. 2 out. Galarraga's 0 for 6. That's unusual against the Cardinals, but he'll bat some more before this one is over. And the Expos send up Reed Nichols. Cardinals didn't score until the 6th inning of the first game. In the bottom of this 5th, they'll send up McGee, Pendleton, and Morris. Matthews has allowed 1 hit, that by Tim Raines. Nichols looks at a strike. He fly to left his first time. He looks back at the umpire after that call. Number 53, Matthews, into his windup and throws it down and in, ball 1. The Cardinals with McGrain and now Matthews have shut the Expos down for 13 innings. Swing and a miss by the batter. 1-2 on a pitch low and away as Matthews turned it over. Pendleton had a deep third base with a 2-strike count on the hitter. Here it comes, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Turned that one over a little bit. And Matthews gets his 3rd strikeout. He has set down 5 in a row and allowed 1 base runner in 5 innings. Cardinals have had only 1 base runner in 4 innings. They bat in the 5th with McGee against Bryn Smith. Cardinals won the first game 1-0. Bottom of the 5th in the nightcap, no score. Well, we told you about the Detroit-Toronto action. That's the only other division to be determined. Milwaukee beat Toronto 5-3. Detroit won over Baltimore 10-1. So the magic number remains 4 for Toronto. They finished the season with a 3-game series at Detroit, and apparently they've lost their catcher, Ernie Witt, with a couple of cracked ribs tonight. Detroit, by winning this evening, picks up a game. They're a game and a half out. They're only 1 out on the lost side. So that's going to go a while longer. And the number is still 4 for Toronto. And even if they get into postseason play, they're going to be banged up without Tony Fernandez and Ernie Witt. Well, here's Willie McGee. He's 0 for 4. This pitcher, Bryn Smith, has allowed no hits in 4 innings. Only 1 base runner, 1 walk. McGee took ball 1. He's batting left. Pendleton and Morris will follow. 3 left-handed batters against the Montreal right-hander in the 5th inning of a scoreless game. McGee swings and a fly ball into right field. It's going to be way back at the track at the wall and caught by Webster. McGee hit it deep to the track beyond the 383 mark. But Webster had ample time to go get it. And could have gone further, to tell you the truth. 1 out. Didn't look like he hit it good, but then it took off a little bit, and the crowd got excited. 1 out. Pendleton is up. No hits yet for the Cardinals. Each team had 3 hits in the first game. Cardinals scored that game's only run in the 6th inning. We're in the 5th now. Pendleton, a changeup and a swing and a miss. If the Cardinals win, the magic number with regard to New York would be 2. And with regard to Montreal, it would be 1. Breaking ball in for a strike, and Pendleton is quickly in the hole. Both hurlers working in masterful fashion. Pendleton knocks the dirt out of his spikes. And gets back in. He's 0 for 4 on the night. There are a lot of 0-fers tonight. Nobody out. Pendleton waits. Here it comes. Swing and a foul. Into the seats, off to the left. Dropping in among the capacity crowd. Standing room only. Cardinals apparently will soar over the 3 million mark on Saturday and lead all National League clubs in attendance. They have set a National League record for road attendance. Smith pitches. Ooh, it just missed. 1-2. John Morris waits in the on-deck circle. Who's it going to be? Smith with another. Fastball fouled past third base. And then down into the bullpen. Montreal came in here really feeling puffy, and you couldn't blame them. They'd won 10 out of 14 and whipped the Cardinals 5 in a row and had their pitching and their bullpen all set up. Joe McGrain upset all of that. Change up and up the middle to the pitcher. He made a very good play to his left and throws him out. That may or may not have gone through.
Jack, you mentioned the winning streaks by the Mets and the Expos, but the Cardinals have won just the same. 6 out of their last 10. That's what the Mets have done, and that's what Montreal has done.
Now the Cards have made it 7 out of 11. The other clubs 6 and 5 in their last 11. With 2 out, John Morris, the batter. He could be a hero. Strike call. He didn't play in the first game. Kurt Ford patrolled right field. Morris grounded out and is only at bat in this one. Smith delivers. Swing and a ball up the middle. Shortstop gets to it, spins and throws. Out. He'll be Brooks with a dandy play. Did a 360 after getting the ball to his left. And he threw John Morris out. Now it'll be the bottom 3 in the order in the 6th inning for Montreal. After 5, no score.
Well, your station break, and let's take it before Montreal bats here in the 6th inning. They'll have the latter 3. Matthews has allowed only 1 hit. And that's been the only hit in this game. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Leading it off for Montreal is the catcher Fitzgerald. He's 0 for 1 in this nightcap after going 0 for 3 in the first game. Right-handed hitting catcher takes a breaking ball. It's in for a called strike. Cincinnati beat Atlanta today 5-4. Chicago at Pittsburgh postponed because of rain. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. Fitzgerald looks at it wide, 1-1. Behind Don Carmen on a 1-hit shutout, the Phillies beat the Mets 3-0. Carmen faced only 28 batters in that game. 30,000 plus at Philadelphia, and the Phillies beat the Mets 3-0. Fitzgerald swings, grounds it up the middle. Good play by Matthews. He made it easy for Ozzie. I don't know if Ozzie would have gotten that one or not, but Fitzgerald goes out 1-3. Good play. Here's Candel. The Giants are playing at San Diego, and San Francisco leads 4-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Dodgers are playing Houston in the Astrodome. Franklin Stubbs a home run, a 2-run shot at 16th. They're in the 9th. Dodgers lead 6-1. Here's a curve inside to Candel. Over in the American League, Milwaukee beat Toronto 5-3, and Detroit popped Baltimore 10-1. So that lead is down to a game and a half. Here's a long foul out of play off to the right. The Yankees sparked by a grand slam home run by Don Mattingly, his 6th grand slam of the season. Shut out Boston 6-0, a 4-hit shutout for Hudson. Hudson's 11-6, a foul out of play again. White Sox beat California 1-0 on a 6-hit shutout by Bannister. Witt took the loss. Minnesota's at Texas, bottom of the 7th. Minnesota leads 5-3. Seattle at Kansas City, they're in the bottom of the 7th. Kansas City leads 6-2. Here's a ground ball to the Wizard. He throws, and Candel is OUT. 2 away. 7 in a row now. Retired by Matthews. Cleveland underway at Oakland now, 2-0 after a half. A home run by McGuire, his 49th of the season. puts that game 2-1. McGuire is 49th home run. Imagine a rookie having 49 home runs. Unbelievable. But that's what Mark McGuire is set for rookies to shoot at. They may be shooting at that one for a long time, folks. That may go into the record books as one of the all-time toughest to break. Here's a one-hopper to Pinto. Bryn Smith is out at first in a very easy sixth inning. 3 up and 3 down for Montreal. 8 in a row retired after Matthews has set down the first 9 he faced. As we go to the Cardinal half of the 6th, it'll be Pena, Matthews, and then Coleman. It's 0-0. Cardinals won the first game 1-0 behind Joe McGrane's 3-hit shutout. Cards got only 3 hits, but a walk to Vince Coleman leading off the 6th. A hit-and-run single by Ozzie put runners at first and third, nobody out. Tommy Hurd came through with the game-winning RBI on a sacrifice fly to center. Here in this second game, we go to the bottom of the 6th and only 1 hit in the game. That was a leadoff single by Tim Raines in the 4th inning, and then he was picked off of first base. So the Cardinals starter has faced the minimum. Bryn Smith goes back to the hill. He's faced only 1 over the minimum. That was a walk to Ozzie with 1 out in the 4th, and he was stranded. Well, this time of the year cools off in the evening, and it's chili time. If you think your chili is good enough to earn the title of Missouri's best, well, on Saturday, October the 17th, out at the Monsanto World Headquarters, you need to register for the 12th Annual Missouri Chili Cook-Off. It's sponsored by Busch Beer, Chili Man Chili, Commerce Banks, KHTR, and KMOX Radio, along with Pepsi-Cola. You can call the Kidney Foundation. Their telephone number is 863-5858 for more information. Paid attendance here this evening, 48,142. The total is 51,968. 51,968, the total here for this doubleheader. That's a bunch. Well, here's Tony Pena with his new set of eyeglasses. He'll lead it off. Then it's Matthews. Bullpen is busy for the Expos. Pair of right-handers loosen up. Pena's 0 for 1. He's grounded to second. Bryn Smith into the wind. He brings it home. Fastball just inside, ball 1. Sebra and Charlie Lee are loosening in the bullpen. Here's a strike at the knee. Pena whirls to look at the umpire, Dave Pallone. A no-hitter for Bryn Smith here in the 6th. Pena takes it high outside. Ball 2. Only 1 base runner, Ozzie Smith, a walk in the 4th. We're now in the 6th. They give Pena all of the left field line as they shade him to hit 2 right. Hurler started to work. Pena called time. Now Tony walks back in. Holds that bat right near the end. He's ready. So Smith, 2-1 pitch. Just low. 3-1. Will he challenge Pena leading off the 6th? Tony has hit 5 home runs. He's ready. He's set. Long look by Bryn Smith. Now the right-hander rocks back and fires. Strike over the outside corner. 3-2. Pena's yet to swing the bat. Deep on the infield. Deep in the outfield. 3-2 delivery. Pena swinging a little fly ball down the right field line. That's trouble. It's going to drop. It does drop. Tony's trying for 2. No throw as it gets away down there. A leadoff double by the Cardinal catcher. Pena dunked one into right. And that'll give Matthews a chance to sacrifice and move him over to third. On a 3-2, Pena placed it perfectly into the right field corner. 3 guys chased it. Nobody could get to it. Now time called as the Montreal infielders come in, talking about this situation. Matthews is up there to bunt. Maybe. That's the first hit of the season for Tony Pena. With his new eyeglasses, anyway. Now Pena, after getting the double, takes his eyeglasses off and hands them to the first base coach. I can see him squinting out there now. Well, he doesn't need him to run, he says, anyway. Here we go. Matthews waiting. Smith checks. Here's the pitch. Matthews had squared the bunt. Then he pulled it back. He was going to swing. Took it for a ball outside. Time called now by Wally. He says, wait a minute, gentlemen. If he's going to swing away, we better change the play. They had both the first baseman and the third baseman charging. The shortstop was covering third, and Candell was whistling over towards first. Matthews was going to swing. He digs back in. Smith gets a sign. Checks back at second where Pena is. Here's the pitch. Matthews bunts, and he misses. Strike, evens the count, 1-1. They're still using the same play. Wallach is charging. Galarraga is charging. Brooks is covering third, and Candell is covering first. Cardinals could switch off. Pressure's on the Expos. Leadoff double by Pena has all of this action moving. Smith is ready with his next. Comes to the belt. Checks on Pena. They're charging, and a snap throw to second. Tony's back safe. There are a number of plays off this particular situation.
It's a tough base running play for Pena. A lot tougher when there's a runner on first also, but it's tough enough here.
Great play as a curveball pitch out with letting all of this action going and letting the second baseman stay. Here's the pitch. He's going to bunt. He does, and he misses. And now it's 1-2. Well, Matthews, in a key spot to help himself, has failed to bunt twice. Wallach is charging from third. Galarraga the same from first. Hubie Brooks has been covering third. And Candell has been going over to cover first. Matthews has missed both times trying to bunt, and now here's the next. He squares, swings, grounds it to the second baseman. Pena goes to third. Safe there. Matthews is safe. Everybody's safe. Matthews faked the bunt and swung away.
As you well know, Mike, and no play in baseball that opens the gates any more than that. A fielder's choice where you make a play and fail to get a runner out. First and third, nobody out. Candell took a shot at Pena. Pena's a pretty good runner, and he was hustling. He knew where the ball was. Probably had a feeling they might make a play on him over there. And now, Montreal, because of the speed of Coleman, might have to play in.
Buck Rogers with the entire infield and the pitcher and the catcher on the pitching mound here at Busch Stadium. This big crowd of over 51,000, almost 52,000 here tonight. The total is 51,988. 168. They are about to get ecstatic. Cardinals won the first game 1-0. Mets lost to the Phillies 3-0. Redbirds have runners at first and third. Nobody out here in the sixth. That hit by Pena. The double to get this inning started was the first hit against Bryn Smith. Now it's Vince Coleman in a key spot. Vince is grounded out, flied to left. They're going to give Matthews a hit now.
I don't know how they can do that, but that's all right with me.
Nobody was covering first.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So they do change it. It's a base hit. First and third. In at the corners. Back at short and second. The pitch to Vince instead of Bluff over to third. So it's no fielder's choice. They now credit Matthews with a hit. Candell did a good job of holding his position before he broke the cover first. Otherwise, that would have gone on through. Vince waits from the left side. He could put the Cards on top. The pitch. Swing and a foul. Boy, he had a rip and a fastball right down central. No action now. Both right-handers who were up throwing earlier have stopped. Now they're going to get busy in the Expo pen. Wallach is way in at third. Galarraga plays just behind Matthews at first. Candell and Hubie Brooks are shortened up for the double play ball. Vince Coleman waits. Chokes it from the left side. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Swinging a ground ball to second. Candell throws home. He is safe at home, and everybody is safe again. Right base running by Pena in this inning. And he scores, and the Cards lead 1-0. Candell made a bad decision, guys. He had a double play right in front of him, and he didn't take it. He could have tagged Matthews and thrown to first.
That was like the apple in the Garden of Eden, man. The temptation was just too great for him. He was playing back. Pena has back. Pena has average running speed. Candell thought he could cut him down. His arm wasn't strong enough. The play was wrong. The run scored. The Cards could have a big inning.
They missed on two key plays. Here's Ozzie Smith, first and second, nobody out. The pitch, he's going to bunt, and he takes a strike.
Now this is a tough base running play for Matthews, if indeed Smith is bunting, and he squared the bunt on the first one. With the pitcher running, Mike, I don't like this play, and I know you don't like it at all either.
Swing away. Ozzie's grounded out and walked after going 2 for 2 and being on base 4 times in the opener. A 1-0 Cardinal win. It's 1-0 now here in the 6th. Here's the next to Ozzie. He's going to bunt. He does to the first baseman. It's going to be a tough play. Everybody is safe again. The Expos has picked it up.
What an inning this has been. Ozzie showed the bunt toward third. Then he turned the bat and bunted to first. Galarraga had a play at first with the second baseman covering, but he bobbled the ball. And the bases are loaded for Tommy Herr. And what an inning. A little pop fly double by Pena. An infield hit by Matthews. And now they have to give Ozzie a hit on the bunt. And the ball has hardly left the infield. It did on Pena's pop fly, but that's all. What a tough inning for Bryn Smith of Montreal. Cardinals didn't score until the 6th inning of the first game. They have a run here. They have the bases loaded, nobody out, and Herr up. He is 0 for 2 against this pitcher.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Tommy Herr could add to the 1-0 lead. Crowd is wild. The pitch swinging a line drive to center. Center fielder gets it. Matthews tags. He comes in to score, and it's 2-0. Second time tonight. Burns capitalized and driven home that man from third base. Boy, that's a big play, Jack. And Herr has delivered twice now, getting the RBI.
Coleman tagged. He was thinking about advancing. The throw it into second as Matthews scored unmolested. First and second, one out, and Dreesen is up, and you can bet Montreal will keep a big eye on Coleman.
It's Coleman at third. Ozzy's down at second. Dan Dreesen, the runner, at first. Bryn Smith and the Expos are in a jam. They're in at the corners, first and third. Only one out. Back at short and second. Here's the pitch to Willie. Swinging a foul off to the right.
All of these ball clubs, I'm not being negative here, pay attention to all of the figures, and they know that McGee has grounded into 24 double plays this year. So they walk Dreesen, take their chances trying to get out of this sixth inning in this fashion.
Willie McGee has had only one career grand slam. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a shot to left. Coleman tags. The catch is made. Here's the throw. He is safe, and it's 3-0 Redbird. Great base running by Vince Coleman.
You're right about that, Mike. A lot of base runners, and the ball was sharply hit, and it kind of looked at the outset like it might drop. Not knowing where the left fielder was playing, he went back alertly and tagged up and scored. A lot of runners would have been caught in no man's land.
So 3 hits, a fielder's choice, a double steal, 2 sacrifice flies, and it's 3-0 Redbirds. They've scored 3 runs on 3 hits. All 3 hits here in this inning started by Tony Pena's leadoff double. The pitch to Pendleton. Swinging a ground ball, foul, pass first. Almost 52,000 having some fun here at the old ballpark. Pendleton could add to that. Ozzie leads from second. Dreesen from first. With 2 down, the 0-1 delivery. Ozzie stealing. No throw. He's set. Ozzie's 3rd stolen base of the night. He's up to 42 now. Wisely, Fitzgerald, the catcher, did not throw. Play Terry to hit the left, get him right center. If he gets one up there, Dreesen will really have to up and pump. From the belt, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He threw the fastball by him right up around the chin. Pendleton gets back in, looking for his first hit of the night. First and third, 2 down. Here it comes. Swinging a foul back, and a good pitch by Bryn Smith. Man, he humped up and let her loose that time. Walks off of third. Dreesen leads from first. He's held by Galarraga. Bryn Smith gets a sign. Comes to the set position and now pitches. Swinging a miss, struck him out, and the inning's over. Cardinals sent 8 men to the plate. Listen to the crowd. A standing ovation by almost 52,000 as the Cards score 3 runs on 3 hits. They strand 2, they've left 3, and after 6, it's the Cards 3 and the Expos nothing. Top of the 7th inning. 9 difficult outs to obtain. And a very important leadoff hitter is Tim Raines. Matthews has retired 8 in a row. Raines, who singled his last time up, comes to the plate. That base hit in the 4th was his only hit of the night. He is 1 for 6. It is Raines, Webster, and Brooks in this inning against Greg Matthews, who has a 3-0 lead. Cardinals scored a run in the 6th inning of the first game and won 1-0. Scored 3 in the 6th inning of this game and lead 3-0. Raines takes ball one way high from Matthews. He has walked none, fanned 3, and allowed 1 hit, that by this batter, Tim Raines. Raines batting from the right side. Takes a little time to dig in and awaits the pitch from Matthews. Now a pitch just outside, ball 2. Borderline pitch. Cardinals didn't get the call, ball 2. Raines, Webster, and Brooks, and if anybody gets on, Wallach. Here's another one from Matthews. Swing and a hit up the middle. When you get behind him and challenge him, invariably he seems to get a hit, and that puts the Cardinal bullpen into motion. A leadoff single by Raines, the second hit off of Matthews. And even though we are only in the 7th inning, Todd Worrell warms up. And the batter is Mitch Webster. He's popped to short, he's lined to center, and if he gets on, he brings up the tying run in Hubie Brooks, and here comes Mike Rourke, the pitching coach, out. He nurtured Joe McGrain through the first game, and McGrain threw a 3-hit shutout. He got behind Raines, and he said, "Here, hit it." And Raines did. And that's what you got to do, Mike.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Jackie. You got to make him hit his way on. Now, if you can get out of this 7th inning, you have to like your chances. This is always the key inning. Then you can have your short man, your stopper, even though the Cardinals really have 2 with both Daly and Worrell. You could consider both of them stoppers, although Todd is the guy that gets the yeoman part of that work.
And Raines will run no matter what the score. He was picked off earlier, takes the lead. Here's the pitch, and it's in the dirt, and a fine play by Pena.
Yeah, right now you just forget about Tim Raines. Pay no attention to him whatsoever. Just concentrate on who's at the plate.
It'd be nice to get the double play, however. Raines leads off of first. And the pitch. Swinging a base hit into left. The tying run will come up. Raines goes to third. Coleman bobbles the ball, throws to second. The batter ends up at second base. Nobody out. It's a single and an error charge to Coleman, and here come the Expos. Single by Raines, a single by Webster, and on that wet turf out there, Coleman couldn't field it cleanly, and now what Mike said really applies. You got to forget about the runners and get the batters. Hubie Brooks, the batter, with Wallach next. Pena to the mound. Let's pause for identification. Worrell in the bullpen. This is the Cardinals Baseball Network. We're waiting to see if Whitey Herzog pops out of the dugout. Here he comes. Second and third, nobody out. Cardinals leading 3-0 seventh inning. The hits are even at 3 apiece. I mentioned that Raines was such a key man. He always is in this Montreal attack. That's why they didn't really get rolling until he got back into action on the 1st of May. Herzog arrives at the mound, and that's going to be it for Greg Matthews. He'll get a big hand. He pitched 6 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks, and helped himself with the bat. The Cardinals make a pitching change, and they bring in the right-hander, Todd Worrell.
Well, 2 great games tonight. The first by Joe McGrain, 3-hit shutout to post a 1-0 win in the first. He went the distance for the 4th time this season and picked up his 2nd shutout. Leads the Cards in both those categories. And here in this ball game, it was Matthews shutting them out through 6 innings on just 1 base hit, and he picked that man off, Tim Raines, in the 4th inning. But Raines gets a leadoff single here in the 7th, and then Webster follows with another hit. An error by Coleman allowed Webster, who's a very good base runner, to go into second base, and that brings Whitey Herzog out and Todd Worrell into the ball game. Worrell has won 8, lost 6, saved 32. Number 33 would be oh so sweet, and put the Cardinal Magic number down to 2.
Worrell is appearing in his 74th game of the year. There's nobody out in the 7th. It's a little early for him to come into the game. And the Cardinals warm up the left-hander, Ken Daly. Both Worrell and Daly worked briefly in the bullpen in the first game. Montreal has their home run hitters up. Brooks, Wallach, and Galarraga, and even if they fail to hit a home run and tie it, they want to get some of these runs home because we're only in the 7th inning. Worrell will strive to get the batters, and if in the process he can keep these runs from scoring, so much the better. He'll work off of the stretch. Second and third, nobody out, top of the 7th. Time called by the umpire as Hubie Brooks gets in. He had a hit in the first game. He's 0 for 2 in this one. A right-handed batter with power. Here's the first pitch from Todd Worrell. A swing and a miss and a bad ball away on a slider. He was looking for that fastball to jump on and didn't get it. Raines at third, Webster at second. 2 good runners. A base hit makes it a 1-run game. A home run ties it. Worrell kicks and fires, and a swing and a miss again, and another hard, high slider, strike 2. Wallach next. Worrell tugs at the peak of the cap. Brooks gets back in and taps the plate. This batter came in here hot, hot, hot. Worrell is ready. Here it is, and a foul just off the end of the bat on another slider. Raines back to third, Webster back to second. Nobody out in the visitors' 7th inning. Montreal striving for a split. Cardinals shooting for the sweep. Second and third, nobody out. Infield back. No balls, 2 strikes, the count on the hitter. Here it comes, and a high fly ball, foul. No, a fair ball in short right, and Herr wants it. Now it's foul. He makes the catch and throws home, and the runner's back to second and third, 1 out. So Brooks fouls out to the second baseman. Up comes another big one, their biggest. Tim Wallach, 24 home runs, 117 runs batted in. 2 hits in the first game, 0 for 2 in this one. And he got a pitch to him. Galarraga's on deck. Another power hitter. Infielders will still be back. And Worrell owes Wallach one. You remember that game up in Montreal when Bob Force was pitching, 2 out and nobody on. Bottom of the 9th. And Wallach got the hit against Worrell, and the Cardinals eventually lost that one. Here's the pitch to Tim Wallach. Swing on a miss, and he blasted that one. Ooh. Strike one. You talk about some smoke. That one might have broke the radar gun. Second and third, 1 out. 3-0 Cardinals, top of the 7th. 1 strike to Wallach. He waits, and here it is. And a swing and a miss, and a breaking ball high. Slider, strike 2. Galarraga waiting on deck, another big threat. Worrell in relief of Matthews. Got Brooks on a foul ball. Jumps ahead on the count to Wallach. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Worrell is ready. He kicks, he fires, and a high fly ball foul out of play. Back and to the left as the Cardinal pitcher challenged him with a fastball, got it in on him. 48,000 paid, 51,000 total here. 1-0 Cardinals, winners in the first game. 3-0 leading in the 7th. Tying run at the plate for Montreal. Second and third, 1 out. 0-2 the count. Worrell is ready. His pitch. Strike called! Outside corner with a slider, and he struck him out. 2 out. Up comes another toughie. Andres Galarraga.
I think these fans aren't having some fun. He got him with a changeup. He froze him, didn't he?
Here comes Galarraga. He is flying to center. He is flying to right. John Morris in right field goes near the line, and he wants to know how deep he should play. He's looking for some help. They swing him more toward the line as they play Galarraga to hit to the opposite field. 0 for 4 in the first game. 0 for 2 in this one. And Worrell with second and third, 2 out. Brings it home. Swing and a foul. Strike 1 off the fist. A base hit makes it a 1-run game. A home run ties it. Strike 1 on the batter with 2 out.
Mr. Worrell's a handful tonight, isn't
he? He got the first 2, but it's still work to be done. With Raines at third and Webster at second with 2 out. They were there with nobody out. Here's another pitch. On the way, fastball, foul ball, off to the right side. Hit that one a long way. Strike 2.
Tony Pena is fanning his eyeglasses, trying to get the steam off of them, as this crowd of almost 52,000 is on their feet.
Worrell went off of the mound, knocked the dirt out of his spikes, comes back up. Pena has given the sign. Second and third, 2 out the pitch. And he struck him out on a high, hard one. And the Expos are still playing through 7 innings. And the runners and the batters throw their bat away, throw their helmets away, and some more air goes out of their sails.
Todd Worrell may have just thrown their pennant hopes away.
No runs, 2 hits. 1 error, 2 left. The first man left by Montreal. The first 2 got on. They were at second and third, nobody out. Herzog lifted Matthews, brought in Worrell. He blew him away at 7th inning stretch time, and the Cardinals lead 3-0. Bottom of the 7th, and a new pitcher for Montreal is Joe Hesketh. Hesketh. John Morris leads it off. He doesn't bat against left-handers very often. He'll get an opportunity here in the bottom of the 7th. The Cardinals leading 3-0. They won the first game 1-0. Here's the first pitch to John Morris. Swing and a miss. If the Cardinals win this game, their magic number against Montreal is 1, meaning the best that Montreal can do is tie the Cardinals. If the Cardinals win this game and Morris taps it foul, strike 2, they will lower the clinching number, the magic number, to 2 with regard to the New York Mets. If that happens, that means if the Cardinals and Forsch can handle Montreal and Perez tomorrow night and beat them, and if the Phillies can beat Dwight Gooden, the Cardinals could clinch it here tomorrow night. But more about that later. Morris took a ball high. Hesketh into the game. This fellow was on the disabled list in the early part of the year. He was a brilliant young pitcher. And then came up with arm miseries. He's working his way back. Here's a swing and a ground ball to first, fielded by Galarraga. Morris is out. First base unassisted. And there's one gone, and Pena is up. Pena started the 3-run rally in the 6th inning. The 6th inning has been the scoring inning in both games for the Cardinals tonight. In the first game, Coleman led off with a walk, advanced to third on a hit-run single by Ozzie Smith, and scored on a fly ball by Tommy Hurd. In the 6th inning here, Pena started with a pop fly double into right. Matthews got an infield hit. Coleman reached on a fielder's choice. The bases were loaded. And Coleman drove in the run. The runners were on at first and second. Then an infield hit on a bunt by Ozzie Smith loaded them up. Ball 1 to Pena. A fly ball by Herr made it 2-0. They walked Dreesen. A fly ball by McGee made it 3-0. Pena didn't catch in the first game. He's 1 for 2 in this one. And the pitch sinks low. Ball 2. Steve Lake caught the first game, and he was outstanding behind the plate. Helped McGrain throw the shutout and blocked a lot of pitches. Pena swings and fouls it 2-1. As we mentioned frequently tonight, Pena is wearing eyeglasses for the first time in his life. Looks like a professor up there.
He's got the guts of a burglar, doesn't he?
With 1 out, the left-hander, skinny left-hander Hesketh brings it home. High and away, 3-1. The on-deck hitter is the pitcher, Todd Worrell. What a job he did. He's got more to do. Now Pena swings, and a fly ball foul goes to the first baseman, and he can't get it. 1 row back. And it's 3-2. Full count of 3-2 on Pena. There's more baseball tomorrow, despite the draining evening here. 7:35 game time, 7:20 dugout. Bob Forsch 11-6 against Pascual Perez, 6-0. In the American League, Detroit won and Toronto lost. Pena fouls a low pitch. Detroit now trails Toronto by 1.5 games. The Toronto magic number is 4. Detroit has lost 1 more game than the Blue Jays, who might have lost their catcher, Ernie Witts, sustained a couple of cracked ribs tonight. And earlier they lost their shortstop, Tony Fernandez. And they play 3 games at Detroit to close the season. 3-2 to Pena with 1 out. Swing and a miss, and a high hard one. He's struck out. Orel bats with 2 out. He'll be roundly applauded.
Pitcher Todd Worrell.
Relieved in the top of this 7th inning, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Got Brooks to foul out, and he fanned Wallach, and he fanned Galarraga. Let's hope he has some left. He takes ball one. Worrell hasn't batted many times this year. 9. He's 1 out of 9. Swing and a miss. 1-1. In the Montreal 8th inning, they will have Nichols due up, and then Fitzgerald, and then Candell. So Buck Rogers might go to the bench and get some left-handed hitters up there. With 2 out, Worrell falls in the hole with a swing and a miss.
Boy, they'll be tougher next year having this fella from day one on, won't they?
I'll say.
This guy is really a good pitcher.
You take Martinez and Perez and Bryn Smith and Hesketh and Tibbs, perhaps. Here's a swing and a miss. And Heaton down in order to go. The Cardinals in the 7th. Second strikeout for Hesketh. Cardinals won the first game 1-0. Lead after 7 in this one, 3-0.
We got the 3 outs in the 7th. He'll have Nichols, Fitzgerald, and Casey Candell scheduled here in the 8th. But they'll send in a pinch hitter. Herm Winningham will lead it off for Nichols. Winningham as a pinch hitter. 8th inning, Cards lead 3-0. Winningham is hitting .242, 4 home runs and 40 RBI. Bullpen is busy. Jeff Parrott, a big right-hander, loosens for Montreal. Winningham for Nichols. Nichols 0 for 2. First pitch, swinging a pop-up into left. Here's Vince Coleman. Thank you very much from Winningham. Swinging at the first pitch, 1 out. Reds beat the Braves 5-4. Chicago at Pittsburgh rained out. Philadelphia shut out New York 3-0 on a 1-hitter by Carmen. The Dodgers beat Houston 6-1. The Giants are leading San Diego 5-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Milwaukee beat Toronto 5-3. The Tigers blasted the Orioles 10-1. The Yankees got a home run, a grand slam by Mattingly, his 6th grand slam of the year, and they shut out Boston 6-0. White Sox beat California 1-0. Texas over Minnesota 7-5. Kansas City a winner over Seattle 6-3, and Cleveland leads Oakland 3-2 in the 3rd at Oakland. First pitch is a ball to yet another pinch hitter, Tom Foley. He's hitting .301, and he bats for Fitzgerald. Here's the next, swinging a pop-up, foul back here, out of play. Evens the count, 1-1. Worrell could use an easy inning. Winningham flied out on the first pitch. Foley's 1-1. Eighth inning action. 3-0 Cards. 3-hit shutout by Matthews and Worrell. Here's Todd's 1-1. Foley. Swing and a miss. Threw it by him. Tom Foley having a heck of a year. Off the bench as a pinch hitter. Worrell has retired all 4 that he's faced. 2 by strikeouts. He's set. So is Foley, left-handed hitting infielder. The pitch. Swing and a base hit into right. I think it's going to fall. It does. Pinch hit single by Foley. Brings in Casey Candell. And yet another pinch hitter comes on deck.
Second baseman Casey Candell.
Johnson. Jack will have all the scores on the scoreboard after the start of the game. Wallace Johnson's the on-deck man. Cards would like the double play. Candell is tough to double. From the left side he waits. Takes it in at the knees. Called strike. Casey's 0 for 2 in this game. Only 3 hits, now 4 hits for Montreal, and Raines has 2 of those. One single by Foley. The other hit came by Webster.
Here's the next to Candell. Swinging a foul back. Good fastball right in on his hands. No action in the Cardinal bullpen. Worrell striving for his 33rd save of the season to go with 8 wins. A check and a pitch. Candell swings and pops it up into shallow center. Out is Ozzie. In is Willie. McGee calls. He has it. 2 down and more to go. A doubleheader sweep that would put the Cardinals' magic number down to 2 for New York and 1 for Montreal, on a chance to pop the champagne corks tomorrow.
Number 6, Wallace Johnson.
Pascual Perez 6-0 against Bob Forsch, 11-6, 7:20 dugout time tomorrow night. 7:30 the play-by-play. Pinch hitting for Hesketh is Wallace Johnson. He's hitting .234 with a homer and 12 ribbies. As a pinch hitter, he's been tough. We're in the 8th. Foley not being held at first, 2 away. The pitch to Wallace Johnson, left-hander, takes a half swing, and a fastball ties him up for a called strike 1. They're deep straightaway for this pinch hitter, Wallace Johnson. Here's Worrell, next pitch. Low, 1-1. Hesketh worked 1 inning. No runs, no hits, struck out 2, walked no one. It'll be Jeff Parrott, the right-hander, to pitch the 8th for the Expos. Fastball, strike called, tail back, caught the inside corner. Johnson's in the hole, 1-2. Worrell is fanned 2, allowed 1 hit. Relieved in the 7th. He's working here in the 8th. Foley a little blooper into right. He's the runner at first with 2 away. Raines is the on-deck man. Here's the next from Worrell. Swing and a line shot into right center. Over to get it is John Morris. He has it. And he comes to a close. Johnson hit it hard, but Morris ran it down by hitting the man stranded. The Expos have left only 3. They go to the Cardinal half of the 8th inning, and they'll have the top of the lineup. Cards 3, Expos nothing. Station break, and let's take it before Parrott pitches to the top of the lineup. Cardinals lead 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 8th, and this is the Cardinals Baseball Network. Parrott's the new pitcher. Vince Coleman will lead it off here in the 8th inning. Cardinal left fielder is 0 for 3 with an RBI, a stolen base, and a run scored. Jeff Parrott goes to the windup. He brings it home. Way high for a ball. Parrott is 6 and 5, 6 saves. Vince swings and misses. Jeff Reed is the new catcher, and Winningham, who pinch hits, stays in the game. 3-0 Cards here in the 8th. Redbirds won the opener 1-0 behind McGrain. Then fakes the bunt and takes a strike. It's 1-2. Boy, this Parrott throws hard. Tall, sturdy right-hander. 6'3", 200-pounder from Lexington, Kentucky. Swinging a foul out of play. He was born in Indianapolis, Indiana. Big gap in right center for the Cardinals. Switch hitting leadoff man, Vince Coleman. Here's Parrott's next pitch. Swinging a line shot right at the third baseman. Wallach takes it in, 1 out. Here's Ozzie Smith. Ozzie's had a night. On base 4 times in the first game. He's walked, singled, stolen the base in this one. 3 for 4 on the night, and his average is .304. He'd love to get another. Nobody on, 1 away. They play Ozzie to hit into left. Parrott fires. Ozzie takes it high for a ball.
Here's the latest from ABC News.
Here's the next. High again, 2-0. Let's see what Ozzie does, 2-0. He is taking, and it's ball 3. For Montreal in the 9th, they will have the top of the lineup. Here's a pitch low, and he walks it with 4 straight. Lawrence would love another run or 2. Tom Herr's 0 for 5 tonight, but he has 2 big RBIs. He got the only RBI to score Vince Coleman for the 1-0 lead and win in the first game. He has an RBI sacrifice fly in this one. Throw to first. Ozzie's back safe. The Wizard has swiped 3 bases tonight, 2 in this game. Draws yet another throw. Takes a little time now as he dusts himself off. Grabs the lead. He's held by Galarraga. Only 1 out as Herr waits. Parrott to the belt, to the plate. Strike at the knees. 51,968 the total tonight. 48,142 is the paid. And on the year, the Cardinals have drawn 2,845,871. Another throw to first. Ozzie Smith has been on base 7 times in this doubleheader, with 3 hits and 2 walks. Here's a pitch high. It evens the count on her, 1-1. Dan Dreesen's the on-deck man. Montreal infield looks for the double play ball. Straight away and deep in the outfield. Winningham now in center. Reed, the catcher, flashes the sign. Parrott started to work, now steps off. He's ready now as he comes to the belt and pitches. Inside, just missed.
Mike out in San Diego. Benito Santiago was 0 for 3. Then he homered in the 8th. So he's hit safely in 31 straight games.
The 1987
San Francisco still leading in that game.
The 1987 Rookie of the Year. He's got that wrapped up. Even though there's been some good performances by others. Another throw over, close, but safe is on. The little guy finds the strength somehow, some way. He's durable. And he's putting together his best season ever in the big league. Here's the next Oz. Ozzy's running, swinging a ground ball is short. Brooks has it. His throw is there, and he darn near left too soon again. 6-3 on the putout.
First baseman.
And here's Dreesen. He could make it a 4 or 5-0 game. Dreesen has lined out, grounded out, and drawn an intentional pass. They have a base open, but McGee is on deck. Willie has an RBI in this game on a sacrifice fly. They play Dreesen to pull. They give him a big gap in left center. Here's the pitch. In the dirt and back to the screen. Ozzie heads for third. Wild pitch. Big run out there. Cards would love to have it. Who's already done an unbelievable job in this game, will have Raines, Webster, Brooks. If anyone gets on, Wallach and Galarraga in the 9th as the Cardinals lead here. In the bottom of the 8th, Ozzie at third, 2 down. It's 3-0 Redbirds. Dreesen waits. 1-0 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Parrott really humped up and blew it by him.
They have a bullpen. They've added Joe Hesketh, who's been in this game. They have McGaffigan. They have Burt. They have this fella, McClure.
Here's the next. It's upstairs, and it's 2 balls and a strike now. This big crowd will be exhausted when they leave here tonight. Here's another pitch to Dreesen. Change up. A little high, and it's 3-1. Now Dan can dig in and look for one he wants. Ozzie's at third. Big gap in left center. Parrott comes to the belt, now to the plate. Swinging a ground ball. First baseman Galarraga has it. Pitcher covers, and the inning's over, and the stage is set for Worrell to have Jack say that's another winner. It'll be a big one. We have played 8th. As we go to the 9th, the Cardinals lead the Expos 3-0.
For the first time all evening. He's already had 2 of the 4 Montreal hits, and he faces Todd Worrell. First pitch. Inside and gets away from the catcher, Pena. It'll be Raines, Webster, and Brooks, and this one isn't over. If anybody gets on, Wallach. Worrell has retired 6 of the 7 batters he has faced. The Cards won the first game 1-0. Lead in this game 3-0. And here comes another pitch. Tim Raines swings and a foul out of play. 1-1. 48,000 paid, 51, almost 52,000 total. And a big percentage of them have stayed, although quite a few have departed. Moore will be back here tomorrow night at 7:35, 7:20 dugout. Bob Porsche against Pascual Perez. Cardinals play the Expos, and New York plays at Philadelphia again. Raines leading it off. Here's the pitch from the right-hander. Strike. He blasted a fastball over the inside part. 1 ball, 2 strike to Tim Raines. relieved in the 7th. Runners at second and third, nobody out. Prevented any scoring. Got 3 putouts, including 2 on strikes. Got 3 fly ball outs in the 8th inning after giving up a hit with 1 out. And he's working on the leadoff man, Tim Raines. What a good hitter this fellow is. Here's the pitch, and a ball up the middle. That's another. Oh, here's her getting to it and throwing. Out! Sensational! Sensational put out. A ball up the middle looked like another hit. Her went to his right. Not only got it and through, but I mean, he was able to throw a fastball over there to get Tim Raines 1 out. Even though the Cardinals made 3 errors in the first game, their defense has been scintillating. I don't know how Herr got that much mustard on the throw. It was a play. Here's Webster. 0 for 3 in the first game, 1 for 3 in this game. He's a switch hitter and batting left-handed. And the pitch from Worrell is swung on him, fouled, strike 1. Earlier tonight at Philadelphia, the Phillies blanked New York 3-0 behind Don Carmen on 1 hit. He allowed only 1 base runner. Faced the total of 28. Here in the first game, Joe McGrain twirled a shutout. Matthews started. Worrell's in there now. Here's the pitch to Webster, and it's a strike call over the outside corner. Strike 2. 2 quick ones on Webster. Cardinals trying to lower their clinching number to 1 with regard to Montreal, to 2 with regard to New York. The Mets play at Philly tomorrow. Montreal plays here again tomorrow night. Worrell with a 2-strike count, and the pitch on the way, and it's low. 1-2 with 1 out and nobody on in the 9th inning. There's an art to finishing a game, saving a game. You can't rush it. You've got to set hitters up. And Worrell steps off of the rubber. Base is empty behind him with 1 out on a sensational play by Tommy Herr. Here's the pitch to Mitch Webster, and it's a strike called. He howls about it, but he's out on strikes on a pitch on the corner. 2 out. That's his 3rd strikeout for Worrell, and the Expos are down to their last out, and the batter is Hubie Brooks. And the Cardinals try to win their 3rd doubleheader of the year. 3-0. The Redbirds lead. Top of the 9th, 2 out, nobody on. Brooks, a right-handed batter. 1 hit in the first game. 0 for 3 in this one. 0 for 1 against Worrell. They're on their feet here. Here's the pitch on the way to Brooks. Strike call down the middle. Brooks, like a good ball player that he is, took a strike with his club trailing by 3. Wallach on deck. Here's another, and a swing and a ball back to Worrell. That's a winner. The magic number is